Okay, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, dear members of the Global Gas Center, it is a great pleasure to be again here at the Energy Transition Symposium in Greece. I would like to thank Mr. Spiros Papaeftimiou, Chairman of the Hellenic Association for Energy Economics, and Mr. Kostas Andriopoulos, organizer, for inviting us again the Global Gas Center at this 2021 conference. After this pandemic, it's a good feeling to be back together, especially in Greece. I would like also to thank Mr. Naji Abihad, advisor of the Global Gas Center, to moderate this session, and all the speakers who will participate at this afternoon chapter. Next slide. I have to go forward. Yeah, it's working. Fantastic. For who don't know the Global Gas Center, we are an association of gas companies and entities interested in the natural gas business. The Global Gas Center was founded in 2015 in Geneva. Our goal is to encourage common reflection on energy challenges and to discuss how natural gas and renewable gases can contribute to the energy transition on a practical way leading towards a low carbon economy. Presently, the gas sector is confronted with three main challenges in the short term. How to overcome this pandemic period and to redefine the energy transition towards a low carbon economy, first. Secondly, how to manage this new situation of high energy and gas prices. I will come later on it. And how to guarantee the security of supply, especially in the beginning of the winter heating season in the Northern Hemisphere. With the pandemic, some look backward in the year 2020. The first wave of the pandemic affected an estimated of 4.2 billion people. That's more or less 55% of the world's population. Following the COVID-19 pandemic crisis, gross domestic product contracted by 3.3% globally. Global demand for natural gas fell by 1.8% in 2020, representing a volume loss of a little bit more than 70 billion cubic meters. However, this decline was less significant than the other fossil fuels, with minus 9% for oil and minus 4% for coal. The decline was significant during the first wave of COVID-19, with the first lockdowns leading to 5% drop in gas demand. The liquefied gas, LNG, market was the most resilient one, with a slight increase of 0.4%. Now, some words about the gas prices. We see a strong increase of the energy prices since the beginning of this year. A 151% increase in the coal price, an almost 50% increase of crude oil prices, a 258% increase of natural gas prices, and 84% increase of carbon prices, and 116% increase of electricity prices. And there was figure because this graph was made mid-September. Today, I just had a contact with our traders. They're trading gas prices for November, 90 euro per megawatt hour. These high prices were hitting quite hardly the economies recovering from pandemic and are representing a new challenge. How can we stabilize this situation? If we look a little bit more close to the gas prices, we can see that the increase is very important on the Asian market, spot LNG in blue line, and in the European market, with a TTF price, the orange line. The reason of the situation will be debated in the session following my presentation. Another discussion is about the gas storages. During this period of time, we have also to be aware of the situation in the gas storage sector. The storage filling in Europe is not yet completed, and we are behind the 2016-2020 average at the end of September. That sits on the orange line you can see on the graph. At the 21 September 2021, only 73% of the seasonal storage volumes were stored. If the winter season gets very cold, then a security of supply issue could occur. So that's some short-term challenges we have to look at it very closely now. And I thank you for your attention, and I wish you a good session. Please, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you so much, Mr. Boots, for this enlightening remarks. To start with this session on gas markets, we will have actually two prominent speakers talking about national, if you want, national gas industries in the East Mediterranean. One in Cyprus, and the second in Israel. While in the second part of the session, we will have two prominent speakers talking about gas issues, including prices, emission, and so on. We have three of the four speakers with us today, and one we will have him online, Mr. Panos. Without any further delay, let me start with Mr. Simon Kassiniadis, who is the chairman of natural gas public company DEFA in Cyprus, who will really enlighten us about the situation in Cyprus. Cyprus, who is paradoxically finding much gas resources, but in the same time building an LNG import terminal. Maybe Mr. Simon will provide us with more enlightening about this story. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Najib. So I'd like to thank the Hellenic Association of Energy Economics for giving me the opportunity to come and present. It's a rare opportunity these days to be face-to-face with people and share a common room and exchange ideas and talk about things. So I was asked to give an overview or a snapshot of what is happening around Cyprus regarding, let's say, the gas developments and so forth. And I'm here, let's say, as a chairman of a private company that has been in the area working with the hydrocarbon industry for the last 28 years, but also, let's say, as chairman of the natural gas public company of Cyprus and the natural gas infrastructure company of Cyprus. So what do we have is we have the current market conditions. Cyprus is an energy isolated market. There is no interconnected capacity. It has a high dependency on liquid fuels for power generation. It has three main conventional power stations owned by the Electricity Authority of Cyprus with a total capacity of 1,500 megawatts. It has some of the generators of the Electricity Authority at the area of Vasilikos have actually been converted to handle dual fuels, both liquid fuels and natural gas. We have an increasing renewables penetration, solar and wind. It is the natural gas market is regulated under the Cyprus Energy Regulatory Authority, the chairman of which was speaking here yesterday. The law is harmonized with the EU directive, and there are derogations due to the isolation of the emergent market conditions of Cyprus. basically allowing for a monopolistic operation for the period of years. So looking at this and trying to move, let's say, for many reasons from the current liquid fuels, which is basically power generation is based on fuel oil, we looked at the three main development pillars. And the one is the development of the natural gas receiving, it's the LNG, Cyprus LNG import terminal. And yes, we will talk about the question that was pointed before about we have discoveries, why are we doing the terminal? We need to secure the necessary LNG supply quantities for the domestic demand, and also we have to develop the pipeline to serve the customers that need to use natural gas, mainly industrial. The project, very quickly, is around an FSRU. It is a converted LNG carrier. We're building a jetty. It's a 1.3 kilometer jetty on at the area of Vasilikos. You see in the photo, basically what we see on the top of the photo is the main power generation plant that is ready to receive the gas. And the jetty is where we have also in that area is effectively the energy center of Cyprus with all the liquid storage and all the other hydrocarbon activities. So we have a jetty, an FSRU, a pipeline, or the metering stations, and so forth. The contract was won by CPP, China Petroleum Pipeline, with Metron from Greece. The shipyard is Hudong Zhonghua Shipbuilding in China. And the operations, the contract also involved an operations of 10 plus 10 years, which was awarded to Wilhelmsen Ship Management. We have owners engineers made out of Hill International, BV, Tractebel, and GasOcean. The funding, we secured the funding 374 million for a project estimated around 300 million. 100 came from the Connecting Europe facility as a grant. Then we had 43 million as an equity contribution by the Electricity Authority. And we got credit financing, 150 million from the EIB and 80 million from EBRD. So the project is well funded. It's actually progressing, and it has, despite all the challenges we've had through this COVID period, because effectively we kicked off the project and suddenly we all went into lockdown. The first engineering meeting with all the engineering people involved face-to-face happened in 3 months ago, almost a year into the project. So everything has been done. We became experts in this remote collaboration. We have new activities upcoming. We will be announcing soon the second phase for the LNG supply for the procurement. We will do SPAs and SPA and MSAs. We will sign MSAs for the spot market with all interested companies. There's about 24 companies qualified for that. For the SPA, there's 19 companies that will be invited to the tender. We starting an open season process to determine the main users and the quantities that they will want to have and the spatial allocation and so forth. And that will determine also the development of an on-island, basically, pipeline to handle the gas transmission network and to take the gas to the users. Other things we are looking at are bunkering. Cyprus is uniquely located to be able to serve, let's say, the shipping, let's say, movement. And already we've seen this year that a lot of cruise liners have actually, cruise companies have put Cyprus on the map, and that's a perfect opportunity to provide LNG for refueling. Industry, we're looking at road transportation at the longer term, but also off-grid stations, effectively to take the LNG to areas where you have large industrial or hotel or tourism in terms of clusters, let's say. So for us, it's a transformational project. It will change many things. It ends our energy isolation and leads to the diversification of energy resources, increases the penetration of renewables, strengthens the energy security, hopefully will achieve reduction of cost of energy, drives major environmental positive impact. Already Cyprus is paying a lot of penalties for the use of fuel oil, let's say as an energy source. It drives technological growth and will lead to new employment opportunities. Now, in the last couple of minutes, and as a follow-up also to the question, Cyprus is beginning again now the exploration activities. So what we have is already there's 8 exploration licenses, 1 exploitation license. There's been 8 exploration appraisal wells and have been 3 discoveries. So in total, I mean, we have there have been not 1 mega field, but let's say there have been significant discoveries with respect to Cyprus. And what we're looking at right now is they are all in close proximity. They're in close proximity with they share characteristics, water depths, reservoir types. So basically, we think that the cross-border cooperation is already taking place to an extent. So the main development plan for Aphrodite, which is the most mature site field in Cyprus, is to take a pipeline to Egypt. And there could be synergies with Leviathan gas going to Egypt. Also, we are participating and have an active role with the East Mediterranean Gas Forum, both in a technical level and on every other level, participating in all forms of this activity. And therefore, it's one of them. And CHC is the Cyprus Hydrocarbons Company, which is the exploration and production. Closing, we feel that the East Mediterranean is a regional play where only through cooperation everybody can benefit. Economic development as a catalyst for peace and prosperity for the region. We believe that the regional oil and gas exploration, appraisal, and exploitation activities are ongoing and will continue. Cyprus actually will start, I think Exxon is starting again in December, and then early next year we have Eni, Total, and Chevron going with new wells. The monetization of the reserves under a constrained time frame can meet the green challenges and bring early economic benefit if done properly. For Cyprus specifically, we think we want to see monetization of reserves, services base. Cyprus is well situated to be a services base for all activities in the East Med. It could be a power hub with the interconnectors. Some of you will have heard about the Euro-Asia and Euro-Africa projects that are on the table. We have discussions. We've had contact for security of supply for power generation for Israel, LNG bunkering I mentioned, and also we've had, let's say, depending on what price of gas we will end up having, there's a lot of potential industrial development as well. And with that, I close.
Thank you so much. I have maybe two questions before you conclude.
I was escaping.
You mentioned that Aphrodite could be developed and channeled to.
Yeah.
Is it for exports through the LNG facilities in Egypt, or to supply the Egyptian market?
Well, the concept right now, the development plan that has been submitted and I believe approved, it's not a DEFA area of responsibility, let's say, but is to have a pipeline from Aphrodite to go to the LNG plants in Egypt. So, and then from there, the concept would be for export.
Okay.
I don't know if a possible customer is eGas or anybody else in Egypt, but let's say the main, as far as the operator is concerned, the gas will go to be liquefied for export.
Okay. Second, I understand that Aphrodite is a little bit far from the mainland of Cyprus. That's why maybe it is more economic to send it to Egypt for liquefaction. But if you will find more gas near the inland of Cyprus, will you consider with the companies involved to channel this gas for the local market Because now you are importing gas. I'm sure if you will find more gas near your land, you will be interested to use it instead of importing LNG.
I think it's a very good question, and I think the concept and the idea or the desire would be, yes, to use their own gas also in Cyprus. The fact that we are importing gas is unrelated with the aspiration of using our own gas. Actually, the efforts to bring gas to Cyprus for power generation started 10 years ago. And for 10 years, almost 4 times, it was canceled, the effort to bring the gas. And a significant factor for some of those cases was the belief that gas would be too easy to bring from our own reserves and why should we import. And that caused, let's say, a lot of financial impact, negative financial impact on the island, basically from the fact that it never materialized, and the reason was there were never enough quantities to justify the investment. A pipeline from Aphrodite, let's say, to take gas to Cyprus, Cyprus cannot absorb the gas of Aphrodite, let alone all the other gas. Then the gas reserves that have been found are not enough for an LNG train. So effectively, we're in a limbo situation where we either need to find a lot more gas to make it economically viable, or strike regional cooperations, which have been discussed, but then as we live in an interesting part of the world and too many people have to agree. And then let's say we have the pressing demand of Cyprus that needs to move to a cleaner form of energy, and that is, let's say, the gas. And so we, as the gas company, the public gas company, decided to disengage our own reserves and say, great, if Cyprus Hydrocarbons Company is able to sell us the gas at a competitive price, we will, of course, be interested to buy from them. But in the meantime, our role and responsibility is our mandate is the procurement and distribution of gas in Cyprus without any national flags. So basically, we need to have gas for the industry, for the economy, for the environment, and so forth. And that has justified also the LNG terminal, which in a way actually is there as a security of supply for the future. I mean, Israel has an FSRU. Greece is now getting an FSRU. Egypt has FSRU. Most of the European countries have FSRUs. So basically, Cyprus, instead of having a pipeline receiving terminal, let's say, and then bringing in an FSRU, we're going with the FSRU first. So basically, we will have the FSRU. And if we are able to get the pipeline gas, then we will do that as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, now we will go to nearby Israel. And please, Mr. Amir Foster, Executive Director of the Association of Oil and Gas Exploration Industry in Israel, will provide us a review of the gas industry in Israel.
Okay. So first of all, thank the Hellenic Association and the Global Gas Center for the opportunity to try and having a snapshot about what happened in Israel and natural gas. So first of all, the reason that I'm being here and speaking about natural gas is not something that when I was a child, I was even dreamed that someone from Israel will do something like that. We believe that we don't have any other any hydrocarbon in Israel, and all the hydrocarbons went to our neighbors. But we start to find natural gas in 1999, and the big change was in 2009, 2010, and 11, when we find a lot of natural gas, 1,000 BCM in a very short time. And these discoveries have a huge impact on our economy, on our environment, and I will try to emphasize this a bit. But first of all, I will go to some recent developments in Israel. So Israel now, in a way, of transition from coal and liquids to natural gas and renewables. So in December 31st, 2019, the Leviathan gas reserve began production. As a result, Israel's energy production capacity significantly exceed domestic demand. So today we have much more supply. We can supply much more than we need actually in Israel. Last year was an historic year. For the first time since its establishment, Israel has become an energy exporter with significant gas export to Egypt and Jordan. In next year, in 2022, with the completion of Karish and Tanin, Israel's energy production capacity will far exceed domestic market needs, and natural gas export will become the main growth engine for Israeli natural gas. With the extraction of gas from the Karish Tanin reserve, Israel gas production capacity will be 30 BCM per year, twice the local demand for natural gas, by means of 3 independent gas supply systems. This energy security allowed Israel to shut down and convert the coal power plants across the country. The goal for 2025 is to have only 2 energy sources for power generation: natural gas and renewables, 83% natural gas and 17% renewables. In 2030, 70% natural gas and 30% renewables. Renewables in Israel is mostly PV, and is very hard to have big portion of PV as part of your energy mix, because even in Israel, when the sun is a good advantage for us, we have the sun only 19% of the year. So we need energy for 81% of the year. And of course, there is batteries, but we're not there from a technological point of view for have much more than that today. Of course, in the future, we will have more renewables, but we need to see the technology first. Development of export supporting infrastructure which enable the country to increase export volumes is something that on the way now. The Egyptian gas hub is underway too. I will elaborate more later. And another development is the Natural Gas Export Committee that needs to have the conclusion of new export policy soon. Israel's gas export policy is currently under review. The government is well aware of the fact that in addition to the 1,000 BCM discovered so far, there is potential for additional gas reserve containing 2,000 BCM in Israel's economic quota alone. They also recognize that the window of opportunity to make new discoveries is gradually closing. I believe the committee recommendation will be to increase the quotas that companies are permitted to export from Israel and to reduce regulation relating to gas exploration and export. In order to understand the crucial contribution of natural gas to the Israeli market, let's look at the development of the demand for natural gas in Israel. As you can see in the graph, a decade and a half after Israel began using natural gas, domestic consumption reached 11.8 BCM. Natural gas is mainly used for power generation in Israel, while over the years it has become increasingly dominant in the production of electricity. How dominant? In 2020, natural gas accounted for 67% of the energy mix used in the production of electricity. A rapid and efficient combination of natural gas and renewables will bring a significant decline in greenhouse gas emissions in Israel, alongside a substantial increase in energy consumption. In 2025, power generation will be based, like I said, on just those two sources. The use of natural gas has had impressive consequences from an environmental point of view. SOx emissions have dropped by 82%, while NOx emissions fell by 62% as compared to 2012, when only 17% of the country electricity was produced with natural gas. The step decline in pollutant emission is mainly due to countries' transition to natural gas at the expense of coal and oil fuels. I want to say one thing about that. Here in the energy discussion in the world, I hear a lot about greenhouse gas emission, and I don't hear a lot about pollutant and about SOx and NOx and things like that killing people all over the world each year. From CO2 emissions perspective, there is a reduction of 21% from power generation, while generation of power increased by 14%. This continued use of coal and the transition to natural gas will result 10 million tons emission reduction a year. It's like 2/3 of the CO2 emissions from transportation in Israel. Today, 80% of the CO2 savings in Israel is because of natural gas. Despite the massive penetration of natural gas into the Israeli market, and although I believe that during the next 10 years, natural gas will reach 60% of the primary energy mix, Israel is a small market in relation to its enormous gas reserves. And like I said before, there is a huge potential for additional gas discoveries in its economic water. Therefore, the future development of Israeli gas is largely dependent on export. The demand for natural gas in Egypt is the highest in the region. And despite the important discovery of the huge Zohr field, Egypt still needs additional resources in order to secure the continuous supply of natural gas for its huge market. In addition, Egypt has 2 liquefaction plants that are not very active most of the time, which also required uninterrupted supply of gas. Another import-export option is the East Med gas pipeline. I can honestly say, when I first heard about it, I was really skeptical about it. But as more as I studied the issue, I think it's viable, especially with prices like today. And I see that I need to finish soon. So one thing about the forum, about the East Med Gas Forum. The forum is the first of its kind collaboration between the Triple Alliance formed by Israel and Egypt over the past few years, each separately with Greece and Cyprus. The establishment of this forum points to a trend where the alliances not only do not turn into competition between the two countries, but they have shared interest. Aside from the gas discoveries, this development is also attributed to Turkey's growing aggression in the Mediterranean arena and the concern it creates among the region countries. Gas discoveries in the Mediterranean region and the potential for additional gas fields not only enable the region countries to improve their energy security, but also to meet part of the global demand for energy. The significance and importance of energy security has been highlighted by recent events, and the secret to utilizing such potential, like the former speaker said, is regional cooperation. Yeah, this is the secret. With regional cooperation, we can succeed very well with that. So, thank you.
That's it.
Amir, thank you so much. You were Amir in respecting time. Please, please, please.
Ah, okay.
We will keep you a little bit here.
Yeah.
You mentioned so many export outlets for Israeli gas. What is amazing is that you will bring most of your gas to Egypt in order to liquefy them and export them. Why you are not exporting them through LNG terminals from Israel?
Okay.
One.
Okay.
Second, you mentioned the East Med. You are more positive about it. But what about the famous pipeline from Israel to Turkey? Is it out? Is it? And my third one, you mentioned so much gas for power. What about gas for industry? Are you planning for more petrochemicals? This is the trend now to use more gas for petrochemicals and to add value to this.
Okay,
Please.
so it was a few questions. The first one, when we think about Egypt, we need to understand that this is a huge country, more than 100 million people. And the gas that today is going from Israel to Egypt is to domestic use. Today, there is about 4-5 BCM a year that's going for domestic use in Egypt. And if they not use this gas, they need to today to import LNG. Cost of LNG today, East Med is $27 per MMBTU, and or to use oil, fuel oil and something like that. So, but the next phase, like say before, is to go directly to liquefaction plants in Egypt. So it's really depend on the new discoveries, how Egypt can first use the gas for the domestic market. This is the first goal for them. But they have ambitions to export. So it depends how much gas we can deliver to Egypt. Okay, why we don't do it in Israel? Because we have small shore, we are a small country. From economic point of view, from any other aspect, of course, we wanted to do something like that, but public won't let us do something like that, unfortunately. So we need to export in different way. There is another option. It's with FLNG, something that company is looking in Israel. Like small LNG projects, which will be connected to the platforms, Tamar, Leviathan. So this is something that is on the table. 70% of the industry, 70% of the energy to industry today is natural gas. So most of the industry in Israel is with natural gas today. We want to have more, like petrochemical industries in Israel that use the gas, but again, public very hard with us in Israel. Even we show, like I show here, that emissions went down, CO2 went down, a lot of money come to the country. Electricity bill today is 20% less than 2012. I think it's amazing what we did with natural gas in Israel, but public, not all the public, but some of the public do a lot of protest and things like that. So we need to manage, to work in a way that public will accept us, So I don't remember if it was another question.
Yes, the Turkey pipeline.
A pipeline for Turkey, without politicians, a pipeline to Turkey were built like 10 years ago, yeah. But it was the first project that was on the table, very economic project, both for us, both for Turkey. It's amazing project for them, and they could be a bridge to Europe. I hope it will be in the future.
Inshallah.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Thank you.
And now we move from the East Med to the global gas issues. And we have two presentations. The first with my friend Terry Bross, who will be from tomorrow, the Vice President of Tellurian for Research. And he will give us a speech about the recent or nowadays gas issues anyway. Please, Terry.
Thank you, Bedis. Thank you, Valérie, for inviting me. I think I have a microphone, so it should work, no? You want me here? Okay, so I have no freedom to move. Okay, so I'd like to thank the previous speaker because you used the word of my title. You used the word expectation at the beginning and at the end of your presentation. And my title the title that I've thought for this presentation was expectation versus reality. And the subtitle was Fossil with a Revenge. And in fact, since I've written the paper, I should have put Fossils with a Revenge. And why is this? Because I think we need to have decent expectations, as you said. And we need to have those decent expectations if we want to forecast the future. You rightly stated when you were young, this was not going to be the expectation of your country. And if you have wrong expectations, then it ends up in a nightmare. Perhaps when I was young, I wanted to be a star. It didn't turn out, so I had to do something different. And if I look into the energy transition, because this is what we are all talking about today, I'm French and I have a bias. So I've been educated in a school where Marie Curie did get her 2 Nobel Prizes. So I'm going to just focus for a few minutes on the French transition back 30 years ago, 40 years ago, from fuel oil to nuclear. What happened? In 1973, a prime minister came on TV and stated, I have instructed my state-owned company to build 1 nuclear reactor every 6 months. And in 2000, France will be 80% nuclear dependent for its electricity versus fuel oil. Okay? Again, if I look at the outcome, 2000, it's exactly what he predicted. And what he predicted, you can see it on the web. And I think this is a success for 3 reasons. First, competency. We knew at the time how to build a nuclear reactor. Coherency. I mean, it's not him that was going to build it. He was giving the job to a national company that was instructed to do. And constancy. This plan was followed by the 3 next French presidents, whatever the color was. And I think this is exactly what we need to have in mind if we want to have an energy transition. And again, this is a 25-year energy transition. Unfortunately, we've seen in Europe a lot of policymakers using what I call normally magic math, as you rightly showed on your graph. And this is to please a vocal minority. But at the end of the day, if there is no scientific background, this is not going to work. And this is exactly what we are saying today. We are seeing extreme high prices because of the use of magic math in the last 3 years. Let me come to 3 examples. I could have a huge list of examples, but I'm going to limit myself. If I go back to the EU Commission, we've changed the wording of gas from what used to be natural when I was young to fossil. And this, again, is just a narrative, but this shows that gas in Brussels is not the solution, but the problem. And you rightly showed your example, and you rightly showed this on your slides. And those slides should be used in Brussels to show how things have been done, and this coal to gas switch, and the limit, as you stated, of the renewable. The HAEE came out this summer with a net zero scenario, which on Twitter I called the fantasy net zero scenario. The scenario is telling us we shouldn't invest in oil and gas any longer. without any consideration for demand. As you rightly said, I mean, the public may sometimes not be in favor of what we are doing, but they want electricity to power their mobiles. So that's where we have a place in the society. I don't exactly have the same number as you, René, for the drop in gas demand, but for 2020. But what I have is that gas demand in 2020 in China didn't drop. It grew. It grew by 6.9%. So, I mean, the demand rebound that we are seeing today, if we had real expectations, not fantasy expectation, we could have forecasted this. And I was a few of those that forecasted this. And the third example I'm going to give you is about ENSOG, which is a European body in Brussels that came out with a summer outlook stating that we should be fine in terms of storage level. René, you showed the example that we are not fine. And ENSOG didn't take into account neither the CO2 price nor the reduced transit contract in Ukraine. So again, if you put whatever number you want in your spreadsheet, you may be far away from reality. So this is telling me something. This is telling me that, yes, there is a boom and bust in the commodity business. We all know this. But this particular boom and bust has been exacerbated by policymakers in all over the world. And I think now it is for the policymaker to decide what next. And again, we need a license to operate. Without a license to operate, we will not operate. And so policymakers have today a choice. They can continue and throw massive subsidies. And again, I mean, we've thrown massive subsidies, and the starting point of the tightness in the gas in Europe has been, in fact, that we are low. We didn't have as much wind as we forecasted back in September. Interestingly enough, this path seems to be politically unsustainable. And I've spent my last 24 hours on different media, French media, because policymakers are trying to find a solution. It's going to be a quick fix. It's not going to be the long-term fix. I also like to really emphasize what I think is the outcome of this crisis. This crisis is not only record high prices, as you were alluding, René. It is the fact that we are moving to gas to coal switching. We are going to burn more gas. We are going to burn more fuel to power the economy of our citizens, which means that we are going to pollute more, the outcome. So perhaps I think it's time to move away from the dogma, to go back to pragmatism, and to try to find stuff that works, as both speakers showed us. And again, I am somebody that is worried for the climate. I like skiing, so I don't want the snow to melt. And so therefore, I think that if the duty is to try to combat climate change, and I think the duty is here, then we have to look at what every little bit can do. And what you've showed, the CO2 reduction, is exactly what we should look at. We should look at this indicator, and we should really make sure that each year we are reducing it, not trying, reducing it. 2021, we will not reduce it. And I think that if we follow this route, yes, as you showed in Israel, very good example. I like speaking after you because you've done all the work. I can avoid PowerPoints. We can achieve this. We can achieve this. And we can achieve this, as you said, with lower bills for our citizens. We are achieving the opposite with higher bills for our citizens today. So that perhaps is and should be a wake-up call in Brussels and at the HAEE level. I think the wake-up call started. We've seen that the Council on the 22nd of October will start to deal with energy, this energy crunch. We've seen the IEA reverting to security of supply, what they were doing when I was young, instead of going with net zero scenarios. And again, let's be united in this analysis of we need to reduce CO2 and we have to reduce it year after year. Every little helps. And again, having a grand plan on 2050 where it's going to be zero, but we don't know how the path is going to achieve, may not be successful. Again, I'd like to say, for a plan to be profitable and to be successful, competency, coherency, and constancy, and not changing the thing every single time there is a new commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Terry. Let me profit from your presence and ask you to provide us with your vision about the gas prices now. Where we are heading, what is the real problem, and how you see the near future and the long future.
Well, the near future, I mean, I'm going to use the slides of all the other speakers having no slides. I mean, the future, the near future is what René showed us. I mean, we are short in terms of gas storage in Europe, and we are at record low for the season. So the price today, the market price, is pricing a risk of blackout. So before the blackout, there will be demand destruction. This is what we all know in economics. A demand destruction is already starting. It's starting with industries, fertilizers closing down, etc., which is going to have an impact on our economic growth. That's also the problem. And then if this is not enough, then there will be blackouts. I think, and I hope, for producers, blackouts is never a good thing. Let's be very, very honest. Blackouts is not a very good thing, because then the policymakers will rightly ask the question about security of supply and all those issues. I hope that the Russians, that are the only one having some spare capacity left, will at the last minute help us to avoid the blackouts. But again, blackouts, we have also to be honest. I mean, blackouts may not happen in Europe, but may happen somewhere else. I mean, when it's 30, let's round the number, $30 per million BTU for an LNG cargo, we may be able to pay for this, Naji, in Europe. We may be able to pay for this. But in Pakistan and India, they may not. So what we are doing, and I think it's, there is a question about the moral about this, is we are rerouting cargoes here and putting the stress on other places. And again, when I said I could use fossils with a revenge as a title, we've seen Joe Biden in August asking for more oil. We've seen the IEA in September asking for more gas, and we've seen the Chinese yesterday asking for more coal. And again, this is because of the net zero scenario. Again, it's not. Again, I believe we need, as was said here, a coal to gas to renewable switch, and we need to fix the storage issue, which we don't have. And again, this is a very, very important element. The seasonal storage, the gas industry is unique in its ability to do this seasonal storage. And so therefore, relying on unproven technology that we have never tested, hydrogen, is going to be very difficult. And again, there is always the license to operate. I mean, it's not because it's green that it's going to be more easier to operate next to the people. I'm not so sure tomorrow a hydrogen economy where we have all those hydrogen backbone will be easy to sell to the people.
Thank you so much.
Merci, Najib.
I'm wondering if Mr. Panos is with us online.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's quite ironic that I'm practically based in Athens, but I will be the only one remotely addressing this event. this panel. So good afternoon. Nice to be with you.
Thank you so much.
I was so touched by the previous speakers, and especially Thierry. I have to say I have the same exact feelings, and practically my presentation will move along the same lines, perhaps more into the key topics that we need to address in order to practically move, push, and drive the gas industry into a transition pathway that may lead to a sustainable pathway. So I understand. I can share my slides.
Can Mr. Mitru?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good. No.
So I have just a few slides focusing on key elements related to a sustainable pathway for gas. And I will start by underlining the importance of what is going to become the single most important attribute of gas, its carbon footprint, the fact that we have many instruments of national policies asking for greener solutions or some provisions for green investments. And on the other hand, ESG is pushing end buyers and end users towards cleaner forms of energy. So we recently had slightly, gradually increasing more contracts for LNG as a cargo, which is practically measured and assured regarding its carbon footprint. So it is true that not all LNGs are created equal. So on the basis of how the extraction process takes place, or what is the footprint for upstream operations, as well as in the near future, we expect to see green liquefaction that will further improve the profile of LNG. And of course, what we need above all is we don't know exactly where we are. So we need consistency and assurance with regard to monitoring, reporting, and verification of all the stages of upstream, midstream, and downstream emissions. So in the future, we may see that the LNG and the methane sector will be able to further green using net zero blends or carbon capture storage and use, which is becoming now a very dominant trend. I know there will be a presentation on this particular matter right after, but I would like just to mention we should somehow stop the critics on LNG, on fuzzy and vague accusations regarding methane emissions. We now have all the technologies that are needed to validate, double validate, and triple validate what are the exact emissions of methane and what is the footprint of the total LNG supply chain. What we need is to take action and start applying measures that will gradually improve that footprint and address the methane emissions factor, which we believe is critical to the survival of the industry, because practically is an environmental negative differentiator for methane, and it is a pity that we have not yet been in a position to address this adequately. We know, however, that there will be much attention in this matter, and I take this slide from what is going on in the shipping industry with regard to methane slip, fugitive methane deriving from combustions inside marine engines. So we already see the development of hydrogen injection systems, plasma cleaning systems, catalysts, and a number of other devices that are already in place and being developed to address this issue. And we aspire that by the end of this decade, this will no longer be an issue within the marine industry. But what is important, perhaps we haven't focused so much, we haven't taken action yet, we haven't jointly developed the solutions or requested the solutions that need to be in place in order to address this factor. And by this and moving somehow away from methane emissions, a key weak link that we see in the development of the gas industry for the decade to come, and 100% across the lines and the intervention made by Thierry, shipping and LNG carriers is also part of the gas infrastructure. Despite the huge increase in the annual growth rates we have seen in the sector, it seems like ships and the investment in shipping assets cannot cater with what the market needs. This is why in winter times we see very high spikes of chartering rates for ships. The truth is that as we speak, there is IMO regulation like EEXI and CII, which poses a direct threat to the use and service of more than 400 ships, or almost 60% of the fleet. And there has been a nice study by Rystad in Norway showing that if these ships are put out of service, we will see an increase, or if these ships are slowed down, we will see a huge increase and not a benefit in greenhouse gas emissions, because these ships practically fuel the coal to gas transition. So at the same time, we see greater threat coming from the integration of methane in shipping efficiency, which means that soon the efficiency of LNG fueled ships will be measured also on methane performance. But we are cautiously optimistic about the fact that this factor can also be tackled with technology, but we need to expedite this technology development and uptake. So the answer to the problem is not to throw away our assets and build new ones. I could not agree more on that point made by Thierry as well. The answer is integration. How can we repurpose? How can we improve the footprint of our existing assets? Save every piece of molecule that counts, because we cannot afford to be waiting for the silver bullet in 10 or 15 years ahead of us. So thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Panos. Do you have any question for Panos? There is a comment from Thierry. Yes.
Absolutely. I mean, thank you, Panos. I looked at the CO2, but I mean, all the leaks, I mean, all the greenhouse gas emission should be taken into account, and I fully support what you've stated.
I have a question for Thierry, if it's okay.
Please.
Yeah. So sometimes I think like policymakers went too much to one side, and the question is, if a crisis like we see now, it's only the start. Probably it won't be finished till the end of the winter. We don't know how it will be developed, but what do you think about that? Like, if a crisis like that can put policymakers not in the fantasy world that sometimes they are being now, and like you said, like we said, go to a policy that take it step by step and not 3 step and then 5 step back. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I think I've been fighting against this magical mass for a few quarters with no success, because again there was a vocal minority. The bills were not. The price of the bills were still okay-ish, so nobody really care about their electricity or their gas bill as long as it doesn't jump by 20 or 30%. And final element, there was no blackout, so you were switching you were turning the switch on, and electricity was there, or gas was at your boiler. Today, it's on all TV show, it's on all the media, and so there needs to be an education of the people, which is a complex system, and there needs to be an education of the policymaker. And the policymaker education has been lost because the Green Deal was the magical solution, and everybody was having 2050 as a set date. I believe that if there is something good about this crisis, and again, it's not the CO2 emission, which is not going to be good. If there is something to be good about this, is that the fact that policymakers will have to understand, and will need to understand, and will have to be educated to understand that at the end of the day, they are elected by people that want to be heated and want to cook their meal. And they want to do this at a price which is acceptable. Mm-hmm. And I think we are seeing this right now. It takes time, mm-hmm. and it takes a crisis. That's unfortunate. Mm-hmm. Because again, expectation versus reality. If we had more expectations that were closer to reality, we wouldn't gone through this route. Again, you see the HAEE trying to say, well, I'm more in charge of security of supply, and the net zero was just a scenario, and just don't take this as the only scenario. But again, we need the education of the people. What you've done is absolutely important, and you've recognized that the license to operate is difficult in your country. And again, we have also to recognize that if we want to build an LNG regas or plant, it needs to be on the beach. And on the beach, people likes to go and use the beach for sunbathing. On top of it, if it's a nice beach where the water is warm, and I've experienced this, having to look into the regas terminal in Marseille, which has to be built back a few years ago. So I think we are at this point in time where there should be a wake up of policymakers. It's a crisis, so it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. There will be the blame game. And the blame game already started. You're seeing member states going to Brussels, and Brussels saying, well, I'm going to provide you a toolbox to try to solve the problem. And this, it's unfortunate, but at the end of the day, if this is well managed, and if we as an industry are able to say what we can provide without overstating it, and again, as the previous speaker stated, there are issues. We need to address those issues. And again, the CO2 price will help us to do this. If we are able to do this, then I think it's going to be positive for our industry. Again, as you rightly stated, everybody talks to me about the energy transition and the fact that we want to have renewable. But I mean, who can buy a Tesla battery on its wall? It is costing a fortune to do this. And only the extreme wealthy can do this, which is not a solution. No. So we have to educate the people and to say, well, so far we've managed to do this seasonal thing with the gas storage, with the swing in production. We are trying to adapt. We leave, and I think it's perhaps what I've forgotten in my speech, we need the policymakers to be technology neutral. If somebody is better than us to provide the solution, cheaper than us, good luck.
exactly like that. It's not a game of good or bad.
Absolutely.
It's economic game.
Thank you. Good. We still have 5-10 minutes. I would like to conclude with a question, maybe looking also at the fantasy map or something like this. We have been hearing so much about hydrogen and the competition between gas and hydrogen. Is it a serious thing or is it a fantasy map as well? Please, this is for Panos and for Thierry.
Thierry, do you want to go first?
No, I leave it to the virtual.
Okay, so so if I have a shot at this, I would say that we are not there yet. It will take quite some time to develop the assets needed for a hydrogen economy. We do have, however, solutions that could work today at partial levels. What we don't see yet, from a technology point of view, it is not that we cannot tackle the challenge, but it will take time, it will take investment. The economics are not yet there. So we see that, for example, the electrolysis, so having green hydrogen is still away from feasibility due to electrolysis efficiency. There are, however, more and more ideas surfacing regarding potential extraction of hydrogen through carbon capture and storage in gas-producing countries, something that could be shipped in the sense of what we call a hydrogen carrier, like ammonia or liquid organic hydrogen carrier that we see more and more today, potentially. Still, the economics are a challenge. And at some point, we may also see the carbon capture and storage at the delivery points, at the entry points of methane in the system. What we have seen and is quite encouraging is the fact that today we're working on existing gas pipelines and potential blending of hydrogen in pipelines. This is quite encouraging because this means that existing infrastructure may be to some extent compatible with hydrogen. And as an example, I will say that quite lately we have seen even a pilot test in Italy regarding a maximum blending of 30% of hydrogen in the gas grid. So this is quite encouraging in the sense of integration. On the other hand, I think Thierry will be more appropriate to discuss this, but we don't see the financials yet, technology-wise, and based on the investment that will be needed to have the necessary infrastructure for the inclusion of hydrogen.
Yeah, if I may add, I'm even more skeptical. First of all, I'm skeptical back on the 3C competency. What the European Commission is telling us is they want 10 million tons with 40 gigawatts, and this doesn't work in a scientific world. So at least this target is just impossible to achieve. So let's put this one aside. Then there is a question about the electrolyzers. Absolutely right. I mean, if we want to have green hydrogen, which means that we will have green hydrogen when we are producing too much green electricity, which means that the electrolyzer will not work on a base load system, which is something in chemistry that is difficult to do. So again, all those elements are difficult. It works on a PowerPoint presentation very well. If the science doesn't work, then there is another problem. But again, there is a difference between the PowerPoint presentation and the real life. And again, I think it's also, I'm not a big believer of their hydrogen, but it doesn't really matter. what it matters is when I say this to students, to engineering students, go there, put your brain there. We didn't find it. Go there, put your brain, and perhaps it's going to be profitable. Perhaps it's not, but at least we've tried. And again, I like to finish with one example. I mean, I was educated by another Nobel Prize who discovered superconductivity. Superconductivity is pushing electricity with no loss. It works in the lab. It never worked in reality. But at least he did get a Nobel Prize. So this is what I'm saying to students. Go there, have a try. Either you get a Nobel Prize or you get extremely rich because it's going to work. But personally, I'm too old to be optimistic.
Good. We have 2 questions from Mr. Shastra, advisor of GGC. The first one, given the current price environment for energy, including the CO2 credits, what is the panel's view about the outcome about gas at COP26? First. Second, will the European Commission now reflect on the Fit for 55 target, and what specific changes does the panel think will emerge? Any?
Well, on the CO2 price, I was a French civil servant many years ago when the French were not in favor of trading of CO2, but were in favor of taxes. We in France like taxes, so that's something we've been educated with. And I remember when I was dealing with this, we had 2 levels of taxes. One was the coal to gas switch, which was around 30 euro per ton. It doesn't work today because we are way above. And then the carbon capture and sequestration above around 100 euro per ton. So I think the CO2 price is where, again, we or our policymakers wanted to go to. So, I mean, there is nothing really new. The only thing new is after 15 years, this thing is now starting to work. And I think it's a good thing for our industry because in a world where CO2 is going to be measured and looked into, I mean, 63 euro, 65 euro per ton is starting to be interesting for people to take care of this. So I think that's my first answer. The other answer is back to what the previous speaker was mentioning, carbon capture and sequestration. I think we haven't achieved this carbon capture sequestration because the CO2 price was not incentivized us. There was no major project. Again, if I look on a worldwide level, I see some projects, for example, in Australia, which are onshore, that seems to be profitable at those prices. Again, they will launch this. It will take a bit of time. But I think the CO2 price today is a good indication for people in this industry and people outside this industry to do this carbon capture sequestration. And I believe it is more likely than hydrogen.
Good, thank you. Maybe, Panos, you can reply on this from Marta Camelo Martinez, who said that the hydrogen economy is not yet there, but there is quite some money on the table to make it happen. Will this be a sufficient leverage, you think?
A point on this would be that we need to realize that most probably the players that will bring, that will make the hydrogen economy a reality is the ones that we are after today. So fossil players eventually will be asked to build the new hydrogen economy. And of course, there may be a societal effort towards that direction, and so taxpayers' money and subsidies may be used to incentivize that effort. but eventually the only players capable of fueling the transition are the fossil players and what we call the majors and the oil and gas major companies. These are the players that are more accustomed with the whole transition process. And I would add that perhaps the best way forward would be to also listen to their challenges. How can they how can they secure, for example, a supply of energy if they live in great uncertainty? How can we expect someone to build an LNG carrier if they don't know what will happen 5 years down the road? How can we expect someone to invest in greening the LNG supply chain if they don't know what will happen tomorrow? So eventually we will refuge to the same players in order to uptake the whole technology and infrastructure needed for the transition. So I think that an overall point is that we need to sit down on a table, see what the challenges of these players are, and try to integrate the existing assets into the system rather than fantasizing that we will get rid of whatever is available today and build a new hydrogen economy from scratch, because this seems unrealistic.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I have a slight things to add. First of all, remember that if you want to see a hydrogen molecule, you have to go into a refinery. I think it's something we have to say to policymakers, which would avoid going into a refinery. So the only ones that are producing and using hydrogen are in refineries. So the fossil players, as you rightly said. It's gray hydrogen, by the way. And yes, they may be the one that will produce the hydrogen. But I'm more, I would say, liberal than you. I mean, let everyone benefit from the subsidies, and let's see. Because maybe there will be an Elon Musk who is able to do this. But being liberal doesn't mean I want my taxes to be spent by the window. So I think policymakers will have a very, very difficult task, because they will be responsible in front of the next generation from how this taxpayers' money has been spent. And again, I'm not saying it needs to go there or it needs to go there. I'm saying good luck. I'm a researcher, so as much as you put money for research on the table, this is good for me. But they will have to be responsible for in front of the next generation, because we have to live a world that is cleaner and a debt that is not a burden to the next generations. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And another thing is about that, we need to remember that if we take natural gas and take it to a refinery and have another product, it costs money. And it costs money, I think the EU represents 14% of the GHG emissions in the world. Most of the world not have the money like the EU have. So it's unlogical for me when we talk so much about hydrogen in Europe, like it's something that can change the world, but most of the world can't pay the extra 1 cent, and it's more than 1 cent. So, yeah, we need to remember that.
Thank you so much. With this, I have to conclude because we still have 1 minute. And in this 1 minute, I would like to thank Thierry, Simon, Amir, and our chairman for this very interesting session. With the hope that next year we will look at not fantasy, but real world. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My daughter was very jealous because she's studying Greek at school.
Oh, that's really nice. Ancient Greek or modern?
Yeah, she loves it.
Hi, hello everyone, good afternoon. I would like to welcome you to the session Monitoring Methane from Space, a Technology Evolution and the Impact for the Natural Gas Sector. In the first part of the session, Mr. Christian Lelong is going to give us a presentation. Christian Lelong is the Director of Natural Resources at Kairos company, and where he leads the development of remote sensoring technologies for the energy transition. Please, Mr. Lelong, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thanks to the Global Gas Center for the invitation to present to this group. So my name is Christian. My background is, partly in the mining industry. I spent 7 years working in thermal coal, which at the time was fighting a battle for market share, a battle it lost, partly to natural gas. And then I spent time as a commodities analyst, covering in particular natural gas markets and LNG. I find energy markets fascinating. And in my current role, I'm still very much into energy, but I was also intrigued by what technology could do in terms of supply chain intelligence and environmental monitoring. So this is what I want to talk to you today. And the presentation is going to be split in two. When I spoke to Valérie, we talked about, on the one hand, the tools available, but also to talk about the implications for the industry. So if we can put this, oh, there we are. So just a quick word about Kairos. So we're a geospatial analytics firm, which means we process data, whether it's from satellites or other sources, and we extract information that we then provide to customers in the energy industry, in the financial sector, and so on. And so we deal with, I'm sure, some of the member companies of the GGC on things like, tracking crude oil inventories, and, following LNG carriers around the world. But lately, we've been very active on the environmental side, and in particular on methane. So for this technology section, I'm going to make a couple of breaks just to see if there are any questions about the technology itself, and then we can discuss the implications. But first, as a starting point, I just want to highlight that satellites have become a standard for quantification and reporting. One of the previous panel members showed a map similar to this one. So this is what the US Department of Energy is looking at when they want to understand the methane footprint of the US and global energy industry. The International Energy Forum this afternoon is launching a white paper that we developed together with them so that member countries, and that's about 70 countries around the world, use satellite data to develop a baseline for their methane emissions and then start integrating mitigation targets in their NDCs. The European Commission, of course, we've been very close partners with them, and we've been providing information to DG Energy in particular over the last 18 months. And we're very happy that some of that has then led to the European Commission's thinking on upcoming legislation. And finally, the IEA, who's been also using our data for their methane tracker database. And with every iteration, that role continues to increase. So public sector, very strong interest in satellite technology. So what does it actually look like? There are two methods to measure emissions using satellite data. The first one, called basin inversion. Here you're looking at a map of the Gulf with the pixels indicating concentration levels as measured by a European satellite called Sentinel-5P, which is really the workhorse for methane monitoring. And the second method is just looking at individual hotspots. So a point in time, where do we see large clouds of methane? and then we try to analyze the context behind that. And again, staying in the same area, we see what the distribution of those hotspots around Kuwait and southern Iraq and Iran looked like over the last couple of years. So now I'm going to go into the details of what these two methods actually do. So basin inversions, what they're really good at is give you a comprehensive amount of methane from an entire basin. Here we're looking at Turkmenistan. The map on top shows how many images per year do we get from the satellite, because satellites don't have coverage everywhere. So yellow is good. It means there's a lot of data to analyze. If you go into the greens and purples, we have less data to work with. But nonetheless, when we apply these models to Turkmenistan, we can track the evolution of total methane emissions from onshore oil and gas basins. And we end up with this pattern that you see here, which shows that emissions did dip in Q1 of 2020, but they bounced back right after that. And there's no obvious decline in methane emissions from the Turkmen energy sector. And its total methane footprint adds to about 4.6 million tons of methane per year, which relative to their energy production, I would say is very high. Doing these models is not straightforward. So we do have to understand the energy infrastructure on the ground. There's a fair amount of work involved in doing this, but it's a well-established approach that we can read about in academia. And this leads us to one of the main points that I want to address during the implications. And it's this big gap that we see between, on the one hand, the methane intensity that we observe in basins around the world, whether we're in the US or North Africa or the Middle East, which aligns with what the IEA estimates at the country level, which also aligns with global inventories of methane. And on the other hand, when we see the company reports of greenhouse gas emissions, which are done in a very different manner and following government guidelines, these are done bottom up, applying emission factors. And ideally, the two should be in the same ballpark. And it turns out that they're not. So again, they're done very differently. They're not necessarily measuring the exact same thing. But for us, this is something that is going to be a focus and will change as we have more and more tools to measure methane, and reporting standards are updated accordingly. Now, as an aside, natural gas and oil are not the only sources of methane. Coal is the other fossil fuel, and we've also been working on measuring emissions from coal mining. This is an example of a story that came out in the FT based on some work we did back in June, I think it was, where we were able to assess the contribution of all these metallurgical coal mines in the state of Queensland, which added up to a pretty significant amount of methane coming from that industry. And for reference, if you consider whether you're looking at thermal coal or metallurgical coal, the methane footprint of coal mining and stockpiles adds about 15 to 25% to the life cycle emissions from the use of coal. So it's material. It doesn't change the fact that of course, that coal has the biggest environmental footprint of all fuels, but just to highlight that this approach can also work for all the other fossil fuels. Before I move on to the next method, I just want to check in if there are any burning questions, more of a technical aspect. And if there's nothing burning, I will move on to...
I cannot see any question. I think this was...
Okay,
No,
let's continue.
please.
So the second approach is to look at individual clouds of methane that stand out against the background. So we call them hotspots. Some people call them super emitters. It's really the right tail of methane releases. It's very big concentrated releases, sometimes vented, sometimes fugitive, that can be seen from space. So at the top, you see a satellite image. So that's what we get from the satellite. Again, pixels showing the concentration of methane. And what we do is some artificial intelligence to identify all those events around the world on a daily basis. And then look at the weather data, what was the wind doing, what was the energy infrastructure in that area, and then run some models that take into account the physics of how gases move around. And we do that then to quantify how much methane had to be released to get that kind of pattern. In this particular case, you see there's a pipeline in that area, and you see two clouds kind of 20 kilometers apart and in the same direction. What that tells you is the wind was blowing from the southwest, hence the shape and the fact that they're parallel. And the distance is, the typical distance you'd find between two block valve stations in a large transport pipeline. So hotspots in pipelines are pretty straightforward because most of the time we know which operator to contact for comment, and it's very pleasing to us that operators by and large are very transparent and cooperative when we contact them when we're looking for validation. So far I was talking about one satellite with these big fat pixels. There are other satellites that have much higher resolution, and that's the image at the bottom, where the good luck was that satellite was flying over the same area at the same within an hour or two of the previous satellite. And here we're looking at a resolution of 20 meters, and we can see very clearly the shape of that cloud coming out of the block valve station that's hidden under that red dot. So this is the second approach to look at methane emissions. And what we find is that these are far more common than was expected. When we first started to analyze this data, we knew about a handful of examples in the media, like a big leak at a gas storage facility at Aliso Canyon. Everybody knew about that, and conventional wisdom was that kind of never happens. And yes, it is very rare that storage facilities fail in that manner. But it turns out that there's quite a few of these very big concentrations that really stand out against the background. And when you see that histogram at the bottom, they range in size from 10, 20 tons per hour, which is at the limit of what the satellite can see, all the way to well over 100 tons of methane per hour. And if you're thinking, pipeline terms, 1 ton an hour is roughly speaking about 1 MMCF per day. So we're talking really big volumes. I know that in one of the previous sessions, there were some words around vague accusations. So we're not making accusations. We're just saying this is what we're seeing, and we're being very transparent on the data that we analyze and how we analyze it. So I think we're being very specific, but we're not accusatory at all. And we're really looking forward to work with the industry on how to best leverage this information. One point, you'll notice in this map that some parts of the world are free of these orange circles. And that's because of the limitations of the satellite. The satellite cannot see in offshore areas. So whatever happens in an offshore facility, for the time being, satellites are not going to help us there. And there's nothing too much in the tropics. So we're not saying that Nigeria doesn't emit methane. We're saying we cannot use satellites at the moment to try to quantify that. So Nigeria, Colombia, Indonesia, Malaysia, for that, we have to look at other methods until the technology improves. Now, one thing that has been very satisfying, to me at least, is that a year ago, when we were talking to the energy industry about methane, of course, people know exactly what we're talking about. But outside of energy, there was a very, very small group of people that understood the topic. And in particular, financial institutions, their eyes glazed over, and you had to spend half the meeting explaining, global warming potential and da-da-da. We don't have to do that anymore. And the reason is that because this data, again, is public, it's a public source, and we have this partnership with Bloomberg. Now there's a steady stream of articles that are being published in the media, and we very much welcome that. Because again, Bloomberg looks at the data, they send their journalists in the field, which is something we certainly cannot do. They interview the operators involved, and then an article comes out, a week or so later. And we think this is one example of how, transparency is helping to, create awareness for this issue, and helps to, bring the solution closer, which we think is a good thing. Now, in terms of the technology itself, we're using mainly Sentinel-5P and to a lesser extent Sentinel-2. As time goes on, satellites will continue to get better. And one way to think about how technology performs is, the frequency and range. Can you see 1 million square kilometers every day, or can you only see small pitches of land at a time? And how often can you come back and revisit that same asset or location? And on the horizontal axis, it's how small an amount of methane can you see, and how narrowly can you pinpoint it to the exact source. And here the range goes from the range of 5-10 tons an hour and 5 kilometers plus, down to tens of meters and around 100 kilograms an hour. So the trend in the coming years is going to be for satellites that have much better resolution, if not necessarily greater range than what we have today. But we will definitely be seeing more and more of these large emitter events. Now, satellites, we love them, but satellites are not the only answer. They do have limitations. And here, again, using that same way of comparing different technologies, traditional ways of looking at methane using ground sensors, which can also be put on drones, or they can be put on airplanes, they are definitely better at detecting these very small leaks. They're very close to the source. They know exactly where to look at. And so they're going to see things that satellites cannot see. So there's always going to be a trade-off between different technologies. And so what we like to argue here is, in the medium to long term, what the industry will most likely need is an integrated system. You don't want to have satellites saying, oh, we see 7, and then local sensors saying, oh, we just see 0.5, but we're only looking at this. We don't have sensors over there. You want to have all these sensors feeding into the same system and agreeing on what the number is for a given supply chain, a given asset and or operator. So this, I think, we agree with people in among the regulators, among the International Methane Emissions Observatory. This is where we are heading towards. It's having a single version of the truth where different sensors contribute to the best of their capabilities. Now, just as a quick aside, we also use satellites for measuring flaring activity. Now, flaring, of course, is not methane, but there is going to be a correlation because flares don't burn all the natural gas that is coming up the flaring stack. And so it can be an indicator not only of where to potentially look for methane, but also to look at the trends. And so here you're seeing, again, staying in the Middle East, where we see flaring activity in Kuwait, Iraq, and Iran, as well as the average flaring intensity that we've measured using satellite data for the world, with a split between OECD and non-OECD countries, with flaring activity being significantly lower in the OECD. But this can be interesting for methane. And again, if we look at Nigeria, a country where we have no direct methane measurements, we have been able to see the evolution of flaring in the Nigerian energy sector, and we've seen a big decline. So what that most likely means is their methane emissions have probably also followed a similar pattern, and we think that's important context to have whether or not we have methane data for that specific region. So I'm going to do a quick pause again to see if there are any questions about this second half of satellite technology before we move on to what it all means.
We have the questions.
Oh, great.
Yeah. The first one is this tool real-time or near real-time? How much time do you need to assess and analyze the data? And the second one is, could this technology be applied to drones, which is less capital-intensive investment?
Right. So it's near real-time in the sense that a satellite is going to take a picture that gets beamed down to the servers of the European Space Agency, and they process that for a couple of days. They do a lot of quality controls and preliminary processing, and they make it available to the public. Like anyone in this room, if you want to go back to your hotel rooms, you can start downloading methane observations from the Europeans. So we typically get it about 48 hours later, and then the processing that we do is a matter of hours. We've tried to automate it as much as possible. There's still a human element just to validate what the algorithms are saying. So you're looking at delays of 2 to 3 days. The other question was about drones.
Yeah, could this technology be applied to drones, which is less capital-intensive investment?
So drones are very different. Drones will have typically cameras. So you point the camera at a specific facility, and the drone will see, what's going on. And then, of course, you need to analyze the data and convert that into a volume of methane. But the difference is fundamental in that the satellite is looking at a very broad area and coming back all the time. The drone is typically one drone. You send it to one location, and you either keep it there, but you're not seeing everything else. So it goes back to that argument about integration. You cannot have one or the other. Ideally, you want to have both. The satellite gives you the big picture, and you then deploy the drones where it makes the most sense, when the satellite believes, maybe there's a number of sources of methane that need to be, identified and addressed.
I cannot see any other question, but I think they're typing, so maybe we can give it a second. Could drones be some kind of validation tool for satellites?
Yes, that's a very good point. We love every opportunity we have of validating our data with independent sources. And it can come from a drone. So with a satellite, we see, in the Permian Basin, this compressor station appears faulty. We're measuring a certain amount of methane coming out. And we did that last year when somebody flew, not a drone, but an airplane. But the drones and airplanes are very similar in the way they look at methane. And that independent campaign flew over that same facility and also saw methane. And so we had several points where we could compare our results with the results of the airplane, and they very much aligned. But to address the question directly, yes, drones can definitely be used for validating and calibrating the outputs of what satellites do.
Great. We have another question. Do we need agreement of each country to monitor methane leakage?
Do we have what? Sorry.
Do we need the agreement of each country to monitor methane leakage?
So satellites can look everywhere except, I think, military facilities. So as long as you're not looking at silos or aircraft carriers, you don't need anyone's permission. This satellite is owned by the European Union, and it looks everywhere. There's no restrictions on what countries, what assets, no problem at all. You will run into restrictions on airspace when you go with airplanes and drones. You cannot send your drone and go wherever. And in some countries, we suspect getting flight permits to scan over energy assets is probably not going to be easy. But satellites have no restrictions of that kind.
We have another question. Any issues over permafrost?
Yes. So the satellite doesn't like water. And there are many other things it doesn't like. It doesn't like snow. It doesn't like mountains. It obviously doesn't like clouds. So in northern latitudes, whether you're looking at the Montney Basin in Canada or the Yamal Peninsula in Russia, we don't have nearly as much data to work with as we do in places like Algeria, where it's blue skies most of the time. So it is an issue. We'll get more data in summer than in winter, and overall we get much less data than in other parts of the world.
Thank you. I cannot see any other question for now. Actually, yeah. No, they're from previous discussions, so yeah, all good.
Okay, so we'll now go into the, if we can have the presentation again. Oh, here we go. So I tried to give you a very quick overview of the tools and the technology for looking at methane. So now thinking about what we see as some of the implications for the gas industry. And the first one is around transparency. This data is out there. When I worked in the mining industry, I was very conscious that as a mining company, we pretty much controlled the way we reported things, and it was a flow of information that we knew we controlled. With satellites, that control is not as strong, and so there's now a certain amount of data that all stakeholders, whether it's consumers, regulators, investors, anyone can try to replicate and reproduce our numbers. We explain how we do it. Others, I'm sure, will try, and some of them are already doing it. But it means this data is out there. Sort of a consequence of that is on the reporting side, this is something that we would really like to see how reporting guidelines, and this is partly governments that need to update them, they need to start introducing more and more measurements into the way this gas, into the way methane is accounted for. Traditionally, companies would use emission factors, which means I have 10 facilities. I'm told a facility emits X. I'll report 100X plus or minus some factor at my discretion. And so it's perhaps not surprising that that doesn't always line up with what we see on a basin level or at a country level. So this, closing of the gap, we think is very important. 3, and it's a topic that I think is going to become more and more prominent, responsibly sourced gas, green LNG, carbon neutral LNG, whatever you want to call it. We believe this is, it's a great thing to do, and many customers are asking for it. The independent verification and having a common methodology as opposed to one producer doing it this way, another producer doing it a different way. We think, agreeing on a common methodology that can be independently verified would be a very positive outcome for the industry. For hotspots is something we really would like to see disappear. That map with the orange dots should be completely dark, because large releases of methane of that scale should be avoidable. And we think it's one of the best opportunities to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the entire energy sector. So for us, this should be a focus area. And lastly, for the energy producers, efforts at integrating all these different sensors, we think is very important. We're working with some of them, particularly in the US, on how can you feed all these different data and have one single system that tells you where you are and what you need to do. We think efforts of that type are extremely important, and we very much want to work with the industry on that. So these are 5 points that I would raise. And before turning it over to the discussion, 2 final things I want to mention. If we can go to the next slide, please. This doesn't seem to work anymore. Oops. So just want to highlight that financial institutions, which last year were really hazy about, what it is that we were talking about, are now, getting up to speed and very engaged. So just to highlight that, asset managers and banks in general, they are very familiar with satellite technology. They're users of that data for different use cases, like, as I said, looking at crude inventories, monitoring stockpiles of various materials, benchmarking large capital projects. So they know the technology. What we hear now is they want to use it for ESG. And one of the ways to do that is to look at, track CO2 emissions from industrial facilities, monitor specific assets. That's a request we get from, some of the largest asset managers. We have these energy assets in this region. We're not really sure if there's something we should worry about. Can you look at these assets and tell us what you see? Another application is, looking at, risks from droughts and fires and flooding. So we see very keen interest from the financial sector for geospatial data, including on methane. And I want to finish with this. So I was updating this slide this morning to the point about near real-time data. The version I sent to Valerie had data up to the 24th of September. Now it has 2 more days of data. But it doesn't change the fact that this shows the total number of hotspots that we've identified in the energy sector, so rather in oil and gas, so not coal, since the start of 2019. So dark blue line, we see the increase through the year. 2020, it starts out very high, and then COVID hits, and then there's a flattening of the curve, and then it picks up a little bit. But we finished last year way below 2019 in terms of number of hotspots. And this year, it started low, but then the pace picked up, and now it's sort of running parallel to 2019. So the good news is we're still below by about 20%. So call it an annual decline rate of 10% per year, if you want. But we think this decline can be bigger and should be bigger. If hotspots are going to decline at 10% per year, we still have hundreds of them by 2030. And again, in our discussions with some of the operators, whether it's about the way pipeline blowdowns are done when they do maintenance, or about the way flaring is done, or flares go out, we think in many cases, it is, again, the low-hanging fruit for operators to make sure that this curve next year is much flatter, and that the pace of eliminating the super emitters picks up from what we've seen these last 2 years. So I'll finish with that, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Lelong. It was really nice to hear about technological advancements that can not only improve transparency, but can help us also meet our targets towards energy transition. We have a question.
Yeah, I think I can speak loudly. So I know Christian for a few years. I'm a big fan of Kairos. I think the industry has been late in getting this done. I think you're right, Christian. I mean, transparency is absolutely important. I think the industry needs to understand that it's not only a question of cost. And here I have disagreement with the idea again about how much it costs. But it's a question of our license to operate. Mm-hmm. And I think exactly what you mentioned is absolutely important. As I stated earlier, we are in this energy crisis. If we want gas to be relevant after this, we need not only to show that we're able to produce it, but we are able to produce it in a sustainable way. And again, old work of doing this on a paper, on the math, doesn't work at the end of the day. That's right. I was a bit lazy. So the old math of doing this by company was the old days. But again, there is a technology. Again, there is competition, as you rightly stated, about who's getting it. I bet on you. Let's put it this way. But as you said, I mean, you're the one providing the data with the IEA, with the European Commission, and all the others. So I mean, let's use this. And I think that if, as you stated, we are able year after year to show a decrease and a sustainable decrease, then it puts us back with our license to operate. So I think it's very important. We may disagree, and I've seen loads of meetings with Christian where he was in the hotspots. That's why I want to intervene before, where he's been in the hotspot because the methodology is not the one that I have in house, and so therefore I disagree. Well, it's game over now. Somebody has taken the technology. We measure this in Fahrenheit or Celsius or whatever. It's going to be you or somebody else, but it may be probably you. And so therefore, let's use this and let's work and achieve those results. And I think it's very, very important. I'd like to give one comment on this transparency again, and then I finish. When 20 years ago, we didn't have, in most of Europe, the reporting of gas storage. And journalists know this. Only the UK was doing this. And when we were asking this to companies, there were outcry. Why should I give this? I mean, this is my proprietary stuff, etc., etc. Once we wanted a real market, this has become a standard. And this is industry providing it. It's GIE providing on its website. So we can measure what René showed us this. So I think we need to go through this same thinking fast. Much faster, and to adopt this. That was my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I think we are ready to move on with the second part of the session. And I would like to introduce the speakers of the second session, Ms. Maria Spiraki. She's going to join us virtually. She is a member of the European Parliament, and she now serves her second mandate as member of the Committee on Industry, Research and Energy. And also I would like to introduce the second speaker, who is going to be Konstantin Romanov from Gazprom. He's an executive secretary of the committee. Hi, Konstantin.
Hi, hello.
Hi. As I said, he was secretary at the committee on for Gazprom cooperating on sustainable resource management, and he's joining us virtually as well. Hi, Konstantin. I don't know if Ms. Spiraki is now. Okay, she's going to join us shortly. So maybe we can start with your presentation, Konstantin, if you're ready.
Yes, I'm ready. I hope you can see my slide. So first of all, I want to thank Global Gas Center for organizing this event. It's a very important topic. Now I share my screen. Can you see that? So I want to just demonstrate maybe the result of Kairos activity. I think Kairos is making great job. First of all, they demonstrate the comparison of different supply of natural gas, and we have a good contact. We are ready to present our data, and you can see that according to Kairos reporting, Gazprom emissions also within our corporate reporting. We share our information about venting, but maybe I can say that unfortunately in publication we can see a lot of misleading information. I mean some information about leakages, but frankly speaking, all emissions that we can find or detect from space, usually it's a venting. So it's organized venting before repairing, for example. For Gazprom, just for safety reason, we have to emit methane from the pipe that we start repairing. That is why we just want to say that it's very difficult to find leakages from the space. And we also should think about sensitivity of such detection. Bad weather, winter time is also a factor that could stop, let's say, such monitoring from satellite. But again, it's very important. It's just demonstrate the possibilities to see real methane emissions from the space. And Gazprom also had a project to make its own space monitoring system. We have a system for technical monitoring, but we want to launch in 2024 some special satellite with equipment for methane emissions monitoring. But again, according to Kairos assessment and according to KPMG, we have very low emissions in gas production, transmission, and underground storages. You can see that in general that is less than 0.3% of the volume of gas. And one more interesting thing, that in Russia we have a special regulation, because methane is listed as a toxic gas, in other countries not. That is why we have to receive permission, making measurement and then reporting, and even pay according to the volume emitted some special fee to the federal budget. That is why since 1991 we established a real system at all our facilities, and we have a corporate standard to make such measurement. Also making measurement on regular basis. We can see on the slide how often we make it and how we make it. Also we made a joint measurement campaign with APA, with our foreign partners, and also with research institute. We can see some publication about life cycle emission of natural gas transported by Nord Stream, Turk Stream. One more thing that it's important to understand methane emission to make a methane index, and of course satellite data could support some decision about such methane index elaboration. And I know that according to new European methane strategy, satellite monitoring will be some basis of such methane index creation. So I think it's important just to understand that this data, of course, is important, yeah, but it's we need to make some steps to improve it, yeah, and we are ready to share our information about. We published all our emissions, methane emission, our environmental corporate report, even verified by KPMG, and we think that we should understand that unfortunately for nowadays it's difficult to use such satellite system to find the leakages. Just organized venting possible to find, but it helped to compare how different supplier works and improve their activities. So I think we could together work on improving this system, and Gazprom now is part of such activities.
Thank you, Konstantin. It was really interesting to have your view as well as a main gas producer. And I don't know if Ms. Spiraki is ready for your presentation. If not, Mr. Lalonde is going to make a comment. The presentation.
Thank you, Konstantin, for that presentation. I just want to touch on two things you raised. So the first one, you're absolutely right. I think sometimes when we communicate or when others look at our data, they use the word leak far too often. And so you're right. When we're looking at pipelines, it's venting, it's been declared, it's above water. It doesn't mean at all that it's faulty infrastructure or whatnot. So that's something we're conscious of, and we're going to try to make sure that everybody we work with uses the correct terms. The second point is about comparison of the methane intensity. So how much methane you release per unit of energy in different countries. We have matured in the way we have more data now than last year, and we've matured a little bit in how we interpret it. So what we would advise is, compare countries or basins rather using the same approach. I mentioned that we have inversion models, we have hotspots. So it's important to compare countries or in basins using the same approach. So it's apples with apples. And I also want to highlight that these change over time, and what we've seen in the US in particular is that across the Marcellus and Anadarko Permian Basin, that's half of US hydrocarbon production, the intensity has declined. Emissions have come down, output has gone up a little bit. So just want to make that point that we like to do those comparisons as much as possible, apples to apples.
Great. I don't know if we have any update. Ms. Spiraki is able to join us now. Not yet. Okay. So maybe I can make a quick question. to you. Actually, I was about to address that question to Mr. Konstantin. Actually, the plan was to start the panel discussion after Ms. Spiraki's presentation, but yeah, that's the option that we have now. We have seen that buyers are getting really picky over emission reporting. And we have seen like cases in the past, like for instance, the French government reportedly have blocked Engie from entering an LNG agreement with the US producer because of emissions. And then we had another case lately that the Singapore's Pavilion company didn't agree with the Qatar's Petroleum again for a 10 years agreement. But then they asked like for its cargo to be accompanied by an emission statement, which is also going to increase the cost and obviously have other huge implications for the sector. Can I have your thoughts on that? Because obviously, like, what can producers do about that, and what are going to be the implications for the sector?
Yeah, thank you for this question. And the answer for us is very simple, because in Russia, we have a special official reporting as a tax reporting. And you know, if you're not paying tax, you can be, you have some making this reporting at annual basis, and I can just demonstrate our corporate environmental report with this assurance from KPMG. So it's not only for public, but even for government. That is why for us it's not a problem to continue, let's say, this reporting. Maybe I can say that in Russia this system is over-regulated. Other the process of new reporting, but for us it's not the case. That is why I just support all reporting, and of course we should use existing data from other countries, and we just need to harmonize them. And I agree that all company now is working, and the example from United States is also very important. For example, last year we decreased methane emission by 20% from gas business. So yes, we're also working on methane emission reduction each year. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much, Konstantin, for your answer. I don't know if... okay. Hello, Ms. Spiraki. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Maybe we can move on with your presentation, and then we can continue our discussion, if you are ready.
Well, as far as I know, I have no presentation, and I'm part
okay. Sorry about that.
Of the panel. That's why I'm not prepared to have a presentation, but I would like to say a few words concerning the significant steps we've already made here in the EU on when it comes to methane reduction. The ENVI committee of the European Parliament has adopted this week the report on the EU strategy on reducing methane emission, and that had the honor to become the rapporteur on behalf of the European Parliament. So it is important to send a very clear message that we are now ready to adopt the legislative proposal coming from the Commission. It is important to say that we are looking for a quick win when it comes to methane. It is easy to have a quick win, taking into account that methane is 86 times more potent than CO2 in the atmosphere for a period of 20 years, and before it will be decayed into CO2. So I think that we can discuss all the parameters. We were trying to take on board in the Parliament all relevant sectors. I mean energy, agriculture, and waste. It was not so easy, especially when it comes to agriculture. And of course, we are trying to provide some kind of proposals in order to have a global agreement when it comes to our meeting in Glasgow for COP26. So once again, thank you very much for having me, and I'm at your disposal for any further questions and elaborate in details.
Thank you for the presentation. That was really useful to have also a point of view of where the EU is heading to. And I have a question that I would like to address to both of you, and it is about a key challenge right now, and this is transparency. Because if we don't have transparency, we cannot monitor our progress and see if we have meet our targets or if we're close or not that close. So I would like to ask you, because there were like many arguments that the figures given by companies or even nations and agencies are not reliable. And I would like to take your opinion on that. And also, what can we do to address that?
Okay, it is the key question, because reliable data is also a very important issue. And I think that it is important for all of us to understand that we have to adapt the mandatory monitoring, reporting, and verification system. It's the so-called MRV for all within the emitting sector. And I would like to repeat, it is the energy, it is the agriculture, and it is also the waste. And in our report, we call on the Commission to seek effective tools to improve the quality of measurement and reporting of methane emissions to all sectors concerned. Reporting data on methane emissions should be public, according to my opinion. In case of when we have sensitive information coming from some companies, these data should be available to the competent authorities. And nevertheless, any lack of data is not an excuse to stop adapting measures in order to reduce methane emissions, especially to anthropogenic methane emissions. We have already discussed on it.
Great. Mr. Constantine.
Yes, I totally agree that transparency is the most important thing, and our example just demonstrates that it's not a problem to be transparent, because in our reporting in our website we can find information about methane emissions for each year, and also regarding the trustable data. I think if you are talking about a payment to governmental budget as a tax, it's of course a system that over-controlled. And for Gazprom that pay special tax for methane emission to governmental budget, it's not, for us it's not just so it's not for us. It's very simple just to demonstrate this data, because we had a special Russian inspection about payment and about methane emissions, and we also created our corporate inspection just to control our production and transportation subsidiaries.
Great, thank you. My next question is for Ms. Spiraki, and that has to do like different producers have different emission profiles. For instance, like in Russia, leaks are used to be bigger and at one specific point, whereas in the US, we can see that it's a totally different story. We have like smaller emission leaks, but we can find them and detect it at different more places. So is it possible to use the same criteria for different producers that have like totally different emission profiles?
Well, this is the main question, and according to my opinion, our aim is to have finally a globally harmonized approach, meaning that it is a challenge, and we are trying to have the legislation that will affect inputs, because inputs are comprising over 4/5 of oil and gas we consume in the EU, and most methane emissions associated with oil and gas occur outside the EU borders. So our approach in our proposal coming from the Parliament is to make all fossil fuels input in the Union conditional on their compliance with the EU regulations when it comes to MRV and also to leakage detection and repair system. And this conditionality, according to our opinion, should be applicable to the whole supply chain. It should include production also, and it is important to have a credible system to ensure compliance on these inputs, because that's why we need a new initiative coming from the Commission, and also we need something that it will verify the data that the governments or the companies are providing by including a third-party verification system. In our report, in the report on strategy on reducing methane emissions, we are asking the Commission to take such action in the framework of the EU's diplomatic external relations, and particularly through the UN's pathway. And it is important to spearhead an international agreement on methane mitigation in order to promote coordinated actions to reduce methane emissions and to upgrade methane mitigation requirement. It is important to have a global agreement in principle, a binding global agreement in principle in COP26. It is important to make a significant step forward. It is one of the priorities of the Commission. Ursula von der Leyen has already declared in an interview.
Taking from that, again, a second question for Ms. Spiraki. We had recently the methane pledge, which goal is to reduce the methane emissions by 30% from 2020 levels by 2030. And also, in the same time, the European Commission prepares a legislative proposal, which also includes rules on monitoring, reporting, leaks detection, and also repair. And I would like your view what we can expect from that and how it's gonna have an impact on the gas sector in Europe.
Very interesting question. Well, the global methane pledge has the goal to make a significant step forward, and it is an important first step, according to my opinion. We have to reduce methane emissions in the energy sector as soon as possible and as fast as possible. And according to the data that we have available, there are low-cost technologies in the industry, and the industry can take part in this effort on technical feasible methane mitigation. At EU level, we are ready to act, and we send a clear message by voting with the vast majority in the Parliament. But also, in order to address Paris Agreement targets, we need a binding global agreement on methane mitigation at the next COP26, as I have already mentioned, because, and the President, Ursula von der Leyen, has already said, we should set a clear roadmap concerning methane, and we will call the other global players to do the same. But the President of the Commission also underlines that we have to boost the Methane Reduction Alliance. You know, at the member state level, we have to avoid legislative overlapping. You can understand that there are different legislative tools to address methane emissions. And this means that we have a lot of legislative tools available, but we will stick on as a main tool, which is the effort share regulation. And I think that the member states must also set some kind of their own binding targets, but it is not included in the report. It is my own opinion. We have to set national binding targets when it comes to methane in order to work complementary to have finally an EU binding target when it comes to reducing methane emission. And in terms of level playing field, because it is also important to say a few words for the market and how this kind of measures will affect the market, the gas market particularly, it is also important to understand that we import the 80% of gas and oil we consume in the EU. So I have already mentioned that methane emissions in the energy sector are occurred outside the EU borders. That's why we need a strategy, and we need a strategy to focus on a global agreement in order to reduce methane emissions. And at the same time, before this, because in the meanwhile we will have this kind of negotiation will take too long, maybe. We asked the Commission to proceed with bilateral agreements with other countries, the export countries, and also with companies, in order to have a methane reduction. Because it is important to have bilateral agreements for methane before we have a global binding agreement.
Great. Thank you very much. The next question is for Mr. Romanov, and it's about, like, there is a lot of discussions about like methane emissions in the upstream sector, but not that in mainstream. And obviously there is an economic incentive for producers to, use that methane and capture it and then inject it to the pipelines. But we cannot see the same incentives for regulated businesses such as storage operators, distribution, transmission operators. And since as a company, you're operating like long pipelines, and I would like your opinion and how we can tackle this thing in the downstream sector as well.
Maybe our example is again special because we have a system in Russia that regulate all losses of gas during transportation and in downstream. So from the Ministry of Energy of Russian Federation, each year we are receiving the limits of these losses. So that is why, again, our system is very regulated. It's maybe it's not a case for European countries, but we have to receive a permission for such emissions for each facilities. That is why I think maybe it's over-regulated system, but it's example how we could manage to decrease each year our methane losses in our transportation system. But again, just to have a target for methane emission, I think the most important thing just to have a not absolute figure because it depends on of course production level. Most important thing, like in the best available technique reference book, have just a criteria for each amount of transported or natural gas, for example. And the objective system of verification and control is needed to ensure equal treatment for all supply of gas. So we think that important to avoid measures that may lead to market distortion and artificial discrimination against natural gas as an energy source. It's important to share information, and maybe more important to share best practices how to decrease methane emissions.
Thank you so much. We have a question from
to comment what MEP Spiraki just stated. I mean, dear Maria, you did take a very strong position saying it's not going to be energy, it's going to be agriculture and waste. And you mentioned agriculture is going to be tough in terms of political. So my question is, do we have the same technologies, perhaps to Christian, and also where is the oil and gas sector versus the two others? Because as the MEP is saying, we are going to measure the methane for the three. Thank you.
So
Yes.
where those? I mean, please go ahead.
Please. We have some data telling that the main emitter in the EU is the agriculture sector when it comes to methane. It is approximately 53%. And the other sectors are contributing by 19%. It is 19%. It is the oil and gas sector, and it is approximately the other. It is the waste sector. depending on the member states. But the key issue is how can we face the issue of agriculture? Well, by adapting best practices, incentivizing agriculture and farmers, and of course giving them the proper funding. Because we know that it is very difficult to adapt the issue of agriculture. When it comes to agriculture, we are lacking of data. We have a very strong MRV when it comes to energy and oil, to gas and oil, to energy sector, but it's not the same status in agriculture, and also it is not the same way of adoption. So we are now trying to start with working, raising awareness, and also start to giving them the opportunity to understand that there are business cases when it comes to transformation of methane into biogas. This is one of the business cases that we are trying to improve here in Brussels, and we are trying to promote in the member states.
And we have like less than 3 minutes. We have Mr. Lai.
So two points on what Thierry just raised. So the technology doesn't work for agriculture because the emissions are very diffuse over very wide areas. It will work for landfills. Maybe next year we'll start to see some data with new satellites that are able to see the flow rate that you get from those large landfills. So we can see energy, so we talk methane in energy. And I think it's actually a good thing because as MEP Spiraki mentioned, reducing emissions of methane from a rice field, I don't know how people will do that. But we know that having offtake capacity, making sure your flares function properly, get rid of all pneumatic controllers, try to avoid venting during pipeline maintenance, as is the case in Europe. We don't see anything much in European pipelines, whereas we do see quite a few things outside of Europe. So the measures in energy are relatively easy compared to what it would take to reduce emissions in agriculture and industrial feedlots and so on. So it's the data that we have, and it happens to be, we think, where mitigation is most cost effective. Still 1 minute left.
Yeah, we have 1 minute left, so maybe I'm going to take your closing remarks. Maybe we can start with Ms. Spiraki. If you want to give us a message and how we're gonna, achieve our targets, and
it is time to act. It is time to act. It is time to act now. It is time to have a binding global agreement in Glasgow during COP26 when it comes to reducing methane emission. And it is also time to use all the available technology we have, starting with the energy sector, but not remaining only to the energy sector. It is the agriculture which is one of the main emitters, and also the waste.
Great. Thank you so much for joining us today. And maybe we can continue with Mr. Romanov.
Yeah, thank you. So I want to say that, of course, it's very important to reduce methane emissions. We support such target, but it's important to use differentiated approach because each country, each company operator has different level of effectiveness. If you started many times ago, so you have not so much potential, but if you have just started, of course, you have a big potential for future emission reduction. And the main criteria, of course, is...
sorry, but we are running a bit out of time, so sorry about that.
Okay.
Great. Thank you so much for joining us today, and I would like also to get your closing remark. Thank you so much for providing such incredible information on technological advancement.
No, thank you. I'll be very brief. So for us, it's the main message would be, the technology is available today. It will get better as time goes on, but it's usable today. There's a lot that can be done now, and we highlight the elimination of methane hotspots as a near-term target that we think will have a meaningful impact for the industry and the climate.
Thank you all for joining us today. Hope you enjoyed our session, and maybe see you in the next Energy Symposium.
Thank you.
MC. Hello everyone, I'm Fedra Mavrogiorgi, journalist and owner of ESGstories.gr, and I'm glad to be here with you today to talk about a very interesting issue that gains more and more popularity nowadays. And of course, I'm talking about ESG criteria. So, in the next hour, we are going to discuss about the future of this criteria and socially responsible investments. But first, let me introduce to you our panelists. We are pleased to have remotely with us today Mr. Mamadou Abouchar, the co-founder, president, and chief executive officer of V-Square Quantitative Management. In physical presence, Mr. Adonis Moudouris, the director of environmental management and sustainable development of Hellenic Petroleum Group. And of course, Mr. Kostas Andriosopoulos, professor of energy economics at Odessa Business School, chairman of the board of energy transition of HAEE, and president of the energy committee of AMCHAM. Hello. And now, in order not to waste your time, I will give directly the floor to Mr. Mamadou Abouchar.
Great. So first of all, I'll check if you can hear me well. Is that the case?
Yes.
Okay, so from Chicago to Athens. So I will share my screen so you can see the slides. So bear with me, and then we'll kick off the conversation that we have today. So share screen, and then do that. Here we go. And then you should be in a position to see the slides now. Can you see the slides on your side?
Yes, of course.
Wonderful, great. So a pleasure and a delight to be with you virtually. I had a pleasure to be there physically a few years ago. It's an excellent conference that I recommend highly. And so we're going to dive straight into the topic of the day. And so you asked a question around responsible investing, and I like to kind of broaden up the scope because responsible investing is kind of a subset of what we call sustainability, and underneath which you have environmental, social, and governance factors. And I think given all the headlines we've seen over the past few years, it's not a niche market anymore. To give you a sense of the magnitude of the market, today you have around $35 trillion of assets that are integrating in one way or another ESG investment decisions. And a better proxy will be to say that 36% of the money that is professionally managed around the world already integrate these factors. So let me kind of walk you through 4 trends that I think are interesting for us to assess. The first one, I call it know what you own and own what you know. And the reason why I'm putting it as a trend is that with the popularity of ESG investing, it creates a lot of confusion for investors around which benchmark to select. How do you define ESG factors? How do you report? And I'm sure you've seen at the EU level a lot of new regulations that now are assessing how to look at the green taxonomy, SFDR that looks into reporting and factors on ESG to avoid a phenomenon that we call greenwashing, where a lot of managers were self-labeling their capabilities being green without changing their investment processes. And so the concept of know what you own and own what you know requires asset owners and other parties to do their own due diligence, obviously to work alongside other specialists in the marketplace, but get a better command around what they are trying to achieve, and if ultimately the indexes they select or the portfolio managers they opt for are actually doing the work they are supposed to do. Because we are trying to find a new way to channel finance, right? Working capital in the market. And it is important to align that with very specific KPIs. The second element, I know the conference I've covered that at length, is the notion of climate risks. I think there is a better sense that there's great urgency. I like the Fit for 55 that kind of break down into phases. How can we get to net zero? As we kind of head into COP26, it's important to create, get a feel for what we need to do between now and then and the next following years. There's a lot of pledges that have been signed up by large managers, oil producers, and so on. Now we need to move from pledges to plan and actions, right? These are kind of the 3 steps. Pledges are great, I welcome them, but I think it's about time to actually have tangible actions to lower footprints across the board and achieve a low carbon transition. Another phenomenon is what I call no S without G. and S stands for social changes, and G for corporate governance. There is a greater sense that human capital should remain at the epicenter of any businesses, regardless of how you operate. And then the awakening of the past few years with the pandemic put a sense of urgency on putting S of ESG, not only at the center as it already is, but even more focusing on human capital, diversity, and how can we make sure that the workforce is an integral part of the transition going forward. And last but not least is the notion of materiality. It's a topic that I'm passionate about as a portfolio manager and a co-founder of an investment firm. Not all the E, S, and G factors are financially material. And it's very important to emphasize that. In a sense that when we make investment decisions, we have to be very upfront with investors by telling them that only a subset of environmental, social, and governance factors have an impact on either risks or performance metrics. And so as you assess a plethora of options, it is critical to zoom down on the ones that are impacting risk metrics or alpha metrics along the way. So these are kind of the 4 trends that I have that I wanted to share with you. And on the slide here, you have a nice coverage of the growth pattern in terms of number of ETFs, which are exchange trading funds that have grown substantially over the past few years. And the fact that today you have around 3 million indexes. Think about it, 3 million indexes that are options for investors to get exposure to the marketplace. And it is important to simplify the matter, offer greater transparency on ES and G factors, and ultimately help the industry move towards a better way of being steward of capital and also channel assets into green economy. So let me pause here and make sure that I let enough time for all the other panelists to share their points, and I'm looking forward to Q&A at the end of the conversation. Thank you.
It was very informative, but before that, I will give the floor to Mr. Antonis Moudouris.
Thank you very much for the kind invitation and congratulations for this high-level event, first of all. I will briefly present our view on ESG in the framework of energy transition as an industrial energy company. So first of all, I would like to, next page, please. Okay.
So we use this one? Yeah.
Use this one, okay. So this is our group at a glance. We have a variety of we are a dynamic group holding a leading position in the Greek energy sector. And we have a wide range of activities, including refineries, including supply trading, including petrochemical production, and natural gas and engineering section. We have 3 refineries in Greece area, in Aspropyrgos, Elefsis, and Thessaloniki area, which accounts for 57% of the total capacity in the country. The company also operates 1,700 petrol stations in Greece and almost 300 petrol stations abroad in Serbia, Montenegro, Bulgaria, Cyprus, and Republic of North Macedonia. This is very important because the most important thing is that the value creation in our group. Here you can see some significant data about the direct jobs in our group, amounted 3,460, and all this significant added value for the Greek economy, estimated at 2 billion euros. And also in the core strategy is the supporting of the local communities in which we operate. In recent years, regarding our social program, the young generation has been at the center of our programs, and we have been investing also in it by providing scholarship and numerous employment opportunities. So for us, what is the ESG and what is sustainability? Because in previous years, many companies use the term sustainability or corporate a responsibility to refer to strategies or programs that investors today commonly use the term ESG to describe them. ESG generally means for us a broad set of environmental, social, and corporate governance considerations that may impact the company's ability to execute its business strategy, to create value over the long term, and also to secure the company's license to operate. While ESG factors, sometimes called non-financial, how a company manages them without a doubt has measurable financial consequences. From a management perspective, integration of ESG dimensions of performance makes a company more resilient in an increasingly more complex, interconnected, and dynamic business environment. But what is the inherent value of ESG here? Here you can say the significant advantages of ESG implementation in our strategy. If we demonstrate transparency and effective management and enhance the company's ability to attract long-term investors, capital and favorable financing conditions. Also, by creation a deeper understanding of stakeholders' needs, could drive innovation and enhance market differentiation and competitiveness. Compliance and risk management also address mandatory reporting requirements. We have an increasing reporting requirements in recent years on financially material factors and mitigate compliance risk related to financial reporting regulations. Also, of course, demonstrate corporate commitments to responsibly managing ESG impacts, to improve employee perception of the company, helping to attract, retain, motivate, and align new and existing employees. In our group, our approach to setting a business directions based on ESG criteria for the environment, society, and corporate governance has been redefined and constitutes a central pillar of our plan to achieve sustainable development. The group is rapidly transforming itself based on a new strategic plan, business plan for transformation and sustainable growth called Vision 2025. Vision 2025 aims to strengthen our position in the industry, making our activities compatible with a new international environment, enabling substantial growth in new, cleaner forms of energy, and at the same time, multiplying the value we create for our stakeholders. The strategy is based in those 5 key pillars, defining clear environmental objectives, realigning business strategy, and capital allocation to these objectives, establishing an appropriate corporate structure, upgrading corporate governance, and adapting a new corporate brand that will be soon available. Considering environmental targets, we have a clear target for a 50% reduction in the carbon footprint by 2030, with a commitment to net zero by 2050. The 50%, including a reduction in Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, about 30% through energy use optimization, through green electrification of our production facilities and low carbon fuels, and also an additional 20% compensation by further development and implementation of renewable investments. Here you can see some, in details, some numbers, some data considering our ESG performance. This is our performance that is measurable, manageable, actionable, and reportable. Here you can see under the environmental pillar, the avoidance of 1.4 million tons of carbon dioxide emissions, the CDP B- management level according to the former Carbon Disclosure Project questionnaire, also the reduction of main air emissions indicators. Under the social pillar, you can see the significant high average employee retention rate, the reduction of process safety, event rate, the thousands of man-hours of training in health and safety issues, and also in governance, you see the independent verification of the sustainability report, the very high coverage of the annual internal audit program in our activities the last 4 years. And here you can see more and more examples of ESG performance that investors can evaluate and see in details in our report. So our main strategy for the future is one of the key strategic development areas is the development of renewable energy. Here you can see some renewable projects in operation in Pylos Messinia, the wind farm of 7 megawatt, and also the photovoltaic park in Thessaloniki industrial area of 19 megawatt. Renewables have competitive economic returns. They diversify the energy mix. They support short and long-term risk hedging by reducing carbon dioxide emissions. We're developing an extensive diversified energy portfolio focusing on renewables and a target of 0.6 megawatt as a medium-term target.
Mr. Voudouris, you have 1 minute left.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I will finally shortly. Here you can see the target for 2030 is 2 gigawatt, and also our recent picture for the Kozani photovoltaic project, our first large step towards renewables. But you can see all the details about our performance on ESG in our sustainability report. Ever since 2005, our group has been publishing an annual Sustainable Development Corporate Social Responsibility report that follows all the widely known frameworks, GRI, Global Reporting Initiatives, also the 10 principles of the United Nations Global Compact. Also, we have actively participated to the Greek Sustainability Code development and have reported according to the code since 2015 and listed among the 25th top most sustainable companies in Greece in 2020. Finally, Hellenic Petroleum, as a company listed in the Athens Stock Exchange, has for the first time in 2020 adopted the ATHEX ESG reporting guide. And the future challenges. Here you can see two main challenges for us. First of all, is sustainable finance. Let me tell you about the formal way and the mandatory way that ESG and sustainability considerations, it's part of financial decision making. And also the most important thing is that the lack of a common framework for ESG reporting. And it's very important that recently 5 framework and standard setting institutions of international significance like CDP, CDSB, GRI, Integrated Reporting, and SASB have come together to show commitment to working towards a comprehensive corporate reporting system globally accepted to enable sustainability data to be structured for sharing and comparison. This is very important considering the fact that sustainability disclosure standards capture drivers of enterprise value creation that are not already reflected and disclosed in the annual financial accounts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Voudouris. I have many questions for you too. Very interesting insights on this topic. But first, I will give the floor to Mr. Andriosopoulos.
Thank you very much for having the opportunity to have this discussion here around ESG. As Mamadou mentioned earlier, I think there is a lot of emphasis in many cases given on the E of the 3 words there, what we do about the environment. And a lot of times the effort is focusing on how to minimize the carbon footprint of a company, ideally in the whole supply chain, as we said, to try to reach ideally the net zero targets that We have listened also from the presentation of our previous speaker from Hellenic Petroleum, which means that there is a new environment now for the whole market in terms of investments in the renewable energy sector. That's why we see an influx of capital on the sector. Many companies that we wouldn't have thought that previously would be interested in investing in photovoltaic parks or wind farms, for example, they are now keen to invest, and I would probably say in many cases with quite low returns because it's not happening from a financial point of view purely. Obviously, they don't want to lose money on the investments, but they're willing to get a smaller return compared to others because they are achieving as well a target, which is the improvement of their ESG criteria in general. I'm surprised from Mamadou. Maybe he can repeat to us later on when he intervenes how many indices there are in Dubai. He said thousands or millions. I don't know. So it's
I think thousands.
Thousands of indices. It's I think it shows the interest in the whole industry, and that really everybody that it is in the finance world is integrating this criteria for ESG now in their decision-making process, setting strategies, going out there for funding, or deciding on their future investments. So it shows the importance of the topic. It shows the importance of all three letters, both the environmental, the social, and the corporate governance perspective that all companies now need to follow. So with this, I will just end on what is happening in our part of the world, that very recently, as it was mentioned before, the Athens Stock Exchange has also published our own national, let's say, ESG index that all the listed companies in the stock exchange, they are following now the index, and we have a measure of looking their performance in a more, let's say, coherent and transparent way. This is also another important element we need to discuss. With this, I don't want to take much of the time with my introductory remark.
Okay.
Let's spend a bit more time on questions.
Let's move on the Q&A part of this section. And I will start with you, Mr. Andreasopoulos. As environmental, social, and governance performance becomes more prominent, institutional investor, asset manager, financial institution, and other stakeholders are increasingly looking at ESG factors. Could ESG improve the competitiveness of the Greek energy companies in the view of the energy transition?
I think this is, I guess, at the heart of the strategy and the decision-making process of the company. So, as I mentioned earlier, trying to target this net zero emission targets by 2050, with all the European regulation, all the global trends that we see out there, moving towards this green energy transition, companies would be extremely supported, I would imagine, by improving their ESG performance based on various criteria or indices that would be recognizable in every sector. So speaking about Greece with a kind of the Greek benchmark that we have also from Athens, which would make them then more attractive to a broader set of investors, that they would be keen to invest in the best performing ESG companies. So that would make it easier for them to attract lower capital, which could be deployed then for greening their portfolio or improving even further their carbon footprint.
Thank you. Mr. Moudouris, what part of the group's total investments will regard the ESG sectors?
Yeah, a significant part from now on. We have announced that according to our investment or future investment plan, approximately that will be about 4 billion euros. Approximately 50% will be directed towards the development of new activities like renewables, hydrogen, and biofuels. And the remaining one will focus to the modernization of the existing facilities.
Okay. Mr. Shar, in a few words, what comes to your mind when you hear socially responsible investments and how companies can avoid the famous greenwashing? Mr. Shar?
Here we go. Well, thanks for the question, and I think it's important to put it in the context of what socially responsible means, because under the term socially, there is already a definition of what is meant to be deemed socially responsible. And I would say it's an old term. We don't really use that anymore in the way I operate. That's how the industry started. So a set of activities were deemed to be socially responsible, and the one that were deemed to be irresponsible usually were classified as sin stocks. So alcohol, gambling, adult entertainment, and so on. Fast forward to where we are today, the acronym ESG came out around 2004 after a report from the World Bank and was used as a way to describe a broader set of issues. Now, the notion of greenwashing for me could be addressed by putting greater scrutiny under the definition, because today you have so many layers of what ESG is. So I will welcome practitioners to use the definition of the EuroCIF in Europe or the US CIF in the US and take the description of what ESG is, right? Because it's important to actually speak the same language. Avoiding greenwashing means that the regulator will have to create a better oversight, that auditing companies will have to also put a stamp of approval of what you label as ESG as per se. And last but not least, the buy users, the consumer, will have to be better educated to make the distinction between a manager with ESG credentials and integration and another manager who's just doing what I call marketing gimmick and just to attract capital, right? So consumer education, critical part of it, oversight from the regulator, an important step from our perspective. And last but not least, going on the lexicon. These are the three steps that I think are a prerequisite to actually address greenwashing across the board.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I have a question addressed to Mr. Andriosopoulos. Companies are transforming their business orientation into more sustainable approach. What is the contribution of ESG towards this direction?
I think, as we have heard, sustainability is quite important. So, making a business sustainable, thus competitive as well, you have to improve overall your ESG rating, which means that ESG overall would help the company move forward and make sure that it drives itself through this new environment that we are experiencing now, where competition is quite fierce, and it would definitely help.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Moudouris, how easy is for a heavy industry such as LP to adopt a more green strategy and to make a turnaround?
Yes, it's not an easy task. Of course, the main challenge here is to integrate the short-term goals, namely optimization of the current activities, also to the medium and long-term goals. That is a total transformation of the industry and integration of alternative fuels as a feedstock to the industry. I think that this is the main challenge, and also they are main challenges regarding the availability of some low-carbon feedstocks, for example, biomass, the availability of low-carbon technologies that now are not available, but will be available in the near future. So I think that these are the main challenges and the main difficulties in order to transform all the industry to be the zero, to be in a main part of the zero economy, zero carbon economy.
Mm-hmm. Do you believe that ESG concerns only big companies, or is it something that that all companies must take into consideration despite their size?
Very, very good question. I think that ESG are for all companies, definitely. But the role of big companies is to share the best practices, is to, let's say, to participate in common platforms. For example, let me refer to a practice of Hellenic Petroleum that participate in the Sustainability Performance Directory, that every year we try to share some best practices and try, let's say, to motivate all the supply chain in order to follow and adapt new practices towards ESG strategies.
Okay. Mr. Shar, there is a perception that in the upcoming years, the high returns on ESG investments will decrease. What do you think?
I'll be interesting to ask you for your source on that quote to understand where it's coming, because it's counterintuitive to what I see on the ground. Obviously, I'm biased. I run an ESG specialized boutique, so I'm only receiving inquiries about potential capabilities. No, my take is that it is becoming an integral part of how we invest nowadays in asset management. I think it's impossible to think about a different way of investing going forward, because it's the governance part of it always being part of how you assess companies. If you're a fundamental manager or quantitative manager, you always looked into governance of companies that you invest into, the leadership team, and so on is always part of a matrix. Now, the S part, the human capital part, there's different layers to it that are today assessed, right? And I think it's also a critical part of assessing success, and also putting the human capital at the epicenter of business successes and so on. Even though technology played a critical role, technology work in tandem and cannot work without human capital. So for me, that's why I believe it's here to stay. And on the environmental part, there is a sense of urgency around climate change. And climate change is a macro issue. Not a single country alone will be able to address it. I call it a zero-sum game. So we all have to move in tandem to address it. And to the extent that the problem is palpable, that the global warming is visible, there is physical risk, transition risk, ultimately we have to address it. And if we have to address it, is actually a multi-year, multi-decade effort. And therefore, it's something that is here to stay. So my answer will be what I see on the ground, tremendous growth. I don't think that was going to tap it down. Maybe we'll not use the acronym anymore. It will just become investing. And therefore, I may not have a job as an ESG specialist. I will just be back to what I started to do when I started my career. But I believe that it's something that is here to stay, here to grow, and becoming at the center of how we think about investing.
What do you predict will happen in ESG area in the next 5 to 10 years?
Gosh, I wish I had a crystal ball, but it's a hard one. I'm thinking about what is going to happen next week. But in 5 to 10 years, well, if I were to put a fast forward view, we moved on what I call ESG information, where companies like oil and gas and other sectors had to disclose information, to the era of integration, where managers such as ourselves were taking the data to build portfolios. And now my take is that we're moving to the era of impact. I think now people are asking, okay, now you've disclosed, now you integrated, show us tangibly how are you impacting the society. Now, it poses a bigger question on the role of corporations, right? If we think about an old model of what corporations were created, and they have shareholder, it was ultimately to maximize value for shareholder, right? Now, if we want the companies to also play a societal role that impact communities where you operate the environment, then it creates a different conversation around the role of corporation in the world, right? So for me, the fast forward will be around access to data, using of AI and other technology. It will be about innovation. I think, especially in the oil and gas, the presentation we had today showed that it's a critical part of how companies will extract oil from the ground going forward. And innovation will be a critical piece of it. And if you think about climate risk as well, carbon sequestration and other factors will also play a role. So my fast forward view, AI, data, and also greater innovation across the board.
Okay. And last but not least, Mr. Andriosopoulos. What are the main challenges to the continuous growth of sustainable investing? Are the Greek companies ready for this?
I think that Greek companies have been preparing recently for this new wave of ESG analysis and respectively investing in various opportunities. But given the fact that if we focus on the E side, in Greece we have had a lot of developments in terms of renewable energy investment lately. Many of them, they are focusing there. That starts from what I said in my introductory remark. But I think we're still lacking a little bit on the S and the G side. So we need to put a little bit more effort on making sure that we understand the dimension of the social impact that all of the decisions may have, and of course do a lot in terms of improving our governance structure. We are a shallow market. We're not a very deep market like the US market, where companies are scrutinized daily by investors and by analysts that they really kind of drive the developments on that side. So here in Greece, we're still lacking this continuous pressure, if you wish, from outside. But we recently see, and with the developments in Athens with the ESG rating, that indeed even companies in the Greek stock market, even the private ones, because competition is there for the private companies as well, even though they don't have the same scrutiny with public companies, they will need to improve their ESG performance and make sure that they show to investors that they do that ethically, properly, and sustainably.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Boudouris, what's your final remark?
I think my motto is that ESG is here to stay. And I always say that because I think that companies have to manage, apart from the financial capital, also the natural, the human capital, the social capital, in order to be the leading ones.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So I think that ESG is here to stay, and ESG is the future.
Let's see. Let's see. Mr. Shar, what is the main message that you would like the audience to take away with them?
Well, we are in an energy-focused summit, so I'll be remiss not to basically kind of make a statement that energy of tomorrow is encompassing other sources of energy, right? Broader renewables, and part of the energy mix of countries, of regions, and even within a company, it becoming just a key imperative, but also a competitive advantage to actually offer other sources of energies. And so for me, the main takeaway attending these type of conferences is actually exciting to see how the energy community is thinking about it more broadly. And then the way you were extracting oil and fossil fuel AV of yesterday, it's pretty much has been. And the future is about energy mix efficiency and low carbon footprint as well. So that's kind of my take, is that I welcome the innovation happening in your space. And I'm always excited to be at a table as an investment manager to provide my perspective.
Thank you. And Mr. Andriosopoulos?
I would just be very brief and follow on the same, let's say, lines like Mr. Shar, and what has been said earlier, that the ESG is here to stay. Yes, we will be looking at ESG criteria more and more. We shouldn't be focusing only on the notion of investing in renewable energy sources, as it was said. We need to see the whole supply chain. We need to understand the dynamics and the market mechanism in every country, which can be very different. So we have a lot of other sources to be investing in. As Hellenic Petroleum said, 50% of your capital injected in the next few years, it will be on modernizing existing facilities, which means that You are improving assets which we don't want to be stranded. We want to improve them and utilize them and be more efficient and less costly to operate, and at the same time less polluting. So serving the target for the environment and for lowering emissions. So my take is that ESG is very important. We have to take seriously all three letters of ESG and always adapt and see what the market is bringing on us and what the new challenges are to try to overtake them.
I want to thank you all for this interesting conversation. I hope that in the near future we will have another chance to discuss about this hot issue in more depth. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good morning to Mamadou.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Hi. Hello. Good evening, everyone.
Hello. Good evening, everyone.
Hi, Professor Popethmiou. Hello, welcome, Mr. Dundulakis. Welcome, Mr. Evangelos Dousakis. Hello, and welcome to this virtual room of the 6th Energy Symposium of the Hellenic Energy Association. And we are here to, let's say, have an interesting look and, share all the other research findings from good colleagues. And I would like, to introduce the first study for today's virtual room, which is going to be presented by Manuel Dundulakis, and the title of the study is Comparative Analysis between Different Approaches for Calculating Onboard Passenger Ships Emissions and Fuel Energy Consumption Based on Operational Data. So, Mr. Dundulakis, the floor is yours, and keep in mind that we have a limitation of 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon to all. I will try to keep in the time. Let me share my desktop. So I'm Manuel Dundulakis from Technical University of Crete. I'm a PhD candidate in the Lab of Industrial Energy Environmental Systems Laboratory. Shipping is the most efficient sector of mass transport, and cities have traditionally developed themselves around ports or very close to ports, consisting by this way populated areas. Due to shipping, port air emissions are one of the main sources of urban air pollution. One of the main challenges for ports in their relation with the local communities is to ensure that their activities, including cruise and ferry operations, remain as environmentally sustainable as possible. The scope of this paper is to propose a framework that will allow stakeholders to conduct accurate air emissions calculations based on publicly available operational data. While processing our study, various parameters that take part in the existing methodological approaches were examined, and special focus was given on main technical discrepancies like engine load factors, specific fuel oil consumption, and emission factors. As we realized from the beginning, there is a lack of publicly available technical data and fuel consumption of ships, and that is the reason that various scenarios were analyzed, while our basic scenario is based on the detailed estimation of SFOC, specific fuel consumption, as we said before, via a regression analysis applied on engines' technical data. Also, alternative approaches were analyzed, estimating SFOC through the application of specific adjustment factors. As an output from all different methodological approaches and alternative scenarios, we firstly get the fuel and energy consumption of the ships, and finally the air emissions estimation of CO2, SOx, NOx, and PMs. Let's say that, first of all, there are various studies regarding existing methodologies for estimating emissions from ships, which they are accompanied with relevant case studies. But how we can select the most appropriate methodology is one point. The answer is not so straightforward. The criteria for the selection of the appropriate methodology vary depending mostly on the availability of relevant data and technical parameters. Two are the methodologies, top-down and bottom-up. Top-down approach is based on fuel consumption reports. This is typically used when fuel consumption is known. And bottom-up approach is employed when the data availability guarantees detailed calculation of fuel consumption and air emissions at each operational phase of the ship, like maneuvering, at berth, or during cruise. And this is the approach that we followed in our study. So let's describe in short the bottom-up methodology and how we calculate the emissions. First of all, an engine fuel consumption is calculated by combining two terms, the energy demand of the engine and the SFOC, the fuel consumption, in units of fuel mass per unit of energy. These are some simple equations, let's say, to calculate firstly the energy demand. Energy depends on the maximum continuous rated power. In other words, the engine power in kilowatts, the load factor of each operational phase, and the duration of this operation phase. By this, I just described the equation 1, which is the energy demand equation. So if we combine this equation by multiplying SFOC with energy, we get equation 2, which is the fuel consumption. It's not a very complex equation. Just if we know the parameters involved, we can calculate fuel consumption from this equation. The last step is to estimate air emissions. For this step, emission factors are used, and these emission factors are available from the literature. Emission factors are dependent on the engine type, the fuel type, furthermore on the sulfur content of fuel consumed by each engine. And after we get the results of equation 1 and 2, we just multiply with emission factor and we get equation 3, which results the air emissions. So, one other parameter is how we determine the engine load factor. In our study, we use the load factors from table 1 here, which are available from the literature. Another parameter is the emission factors that I said earlier. Depending on the specified air emission, we use equation for CO2 NOx, SOx, and PM that are given by IMO greenhouse gas studies. One equation is that we see in the bottom for CO2, which we see that the CO2 emissions depend exclusively on the fuel type. If the kind, let's say, of the fuel, if it's HFO, LSFO, or MGO. Some other emission factors, because we calculate it also for NOx, SOx, and PM, is what we see in this slide. About NOx, there are 3 emission factors depending on the IMO tire, which is, let's say, in short, how old is the engine. For example, Tire 1 applies for engines manufactured date before 2011. Tire 2 applies for engines from 2011 to 2015, and Tire 3 for engines from 2016 and after. As we see, NOx emissions depend exclusively on engine revolution speed, exclusively on the engine, not fuels here. About SOx and PM, we see from the emission factor equation that emissions depend on the fuel type and particularly on its sulfur content. About engine power now. Another parameter, very critical, is engine power. Is one of the most crucial factors for the accurate estimation of air emissions in bottom-up methodology. Here we have a major problem, is the lack of the relevant data and specifically the MCR, the power of the engine, which is not publicly available for all engines. How we can proceed if we find that a vessel in our study has an engine that its power is not known? In such case, many researchers follow another path by estimating engine power based on average gross tonnage. Let's say that gross tonnage represent the size of the vessel. Okay. There is a typical methodology to estimate the installed main engine power based on GT, gross tonnage, with a reference to 2010 passenger vessels, world fleet, or 2006 Mediterranean Sea fleet. After this estimation, there is a ratio to estimate auxiliary engines power. So if we don't know the engine power, the MCR, we use these equations, the power of main engine, depending if we want to go with a 2010 passenger vessels world fleet or Mediterranean Sea fleet, and we estimate the power of main engine. But there are some problems we will see in the next slide. In the next slide, we see that if we try to compare the average gross tonnage based on real data, because we tried very hard and we found that data for all the engines in our studies, which is the first 3 columns based on real technical data. And we did exactly the same calculation, estimating main engines from the previous equations that are in the literature. We see something very important, that obviously the alternative path significantly underestimates engine power. So another important parameter is SFOC, as I said earlier. SFOC is an important parameter for the accurate estimation of air emissions. Not all engines have the same SFOC, since they differ both in MCR, the size in kilowatts, revolution speed, manufacture date, and technology that they use. For sure, a complete study has to model separately all engines to say that we have an accurately calculated fuel consumption and finally air emissions. Okay. However, in practice, this is not simple, since not all engine manufacturers publicize all required data. In our framework, we propose the estimation of SFOC values in all needed engine loads, and then proceed to calculate fuel consumption and total air emissions. And the way that we do this is a regression analysis. when we have Fock values for at least 3 engine loads, it's possible to analyze these values through regression analysis via a typical statistical software like Minitab, SPSS, or even Excel. We produce a second-degree regression polynomial in order to determine the Walsh-Fock vs engine load curve. These polynomials have been already used in the literature and have the form of the equation in the bottom, where L is an engine load with values ranging from 0 to 1, and the coefficient ABC depend on the respective engine. So, in table 3, there is an example with 3 most commonly used engines in passenger vessels of our study. We see that we have 4 values for the first 2 engines in 4 different engine loads, and for the third engine we have only 2. So with 4 values we can do regression analysis, and we can draw the Fock vs engine load curve. It's what we see in the diagram. With the third engine, the man engine, we cannot, because we have only 2 points. With 2 points, we cannot do regression analysis for a second degree polynomial. So we use the previous equation that there is available in the literature. We solve it for, let's say, 0.5 engine load. We find another point, and then we can do regression analysis and draw the curve. So this curve is very, very helpful, because as we can see from the diagram, we can estimate the engine load for, let's say, 0.3 engine load, 0.4, because if I go back to the slide, you will see that we need to calculate, let's go in quick. You see here we have different engine loads to use in our equations: 0.2, 0.75, 0.6, okay, 0.47. It's not very easy to do it if we have only 4 points, but if we have the curve, we can find the exact value of Fock at this specific engine load. So let's continue, because we don't have many time. Until now, research papers followed alternative methods to estimate Fock values in the engine load that is not known, the Fock value. Apart from the use of the regression analysis that we just described, Fock values at various engine load levels were calculated either by using adjustment factors or based on scientific reports of IMO or NTEC. So how they do it? We see in the bullets the adjustment factors, and also they provide the emission factors from IMO and NTEC reports, which are based on Fock value equal to 227 grams of fuel per kilowatt hour at 0.75 engine load. So from table 4, we see a comparison that we did in our study, where we obviously see that adjustment factors on manufacturer's Fock value has a big difference for engine load under 0.5. This is column 5 vs3, and much bigger difference if we use adjustment factors on IMO and NTEC's Fock value, as we see from the last column 6 vs3. So here we have a big differences also. What was our case study now? Our case study was on 2 major Greek ports in the region of Crete Island, Souda Port and Heraklion Port. The objectives were passenger ferries, 10 different ships owned by 3 different shipping companies, Anek Lines, Blue Star and Minoan, operating on daily routes all year round.
Mr. Doulakis, yes. But you know, for time restrictions, I think that you need somehow to conclude your presentation because it's a matter of time management. So really interesting what you're sharing with us, but please try to be strict on time. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Continue.
How many minutes I have?
Actually, you have already extended
already.
time limit.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
it's time flies, but okay.
Time flies. Yes.
Thank you.
Suda and Heraklion, all passenger ships, passenger ferries and cruise, 88 cruise vessels, okay, we calculated air emissions, CO2, SOx, NOx, PM, as I said. We have 4 alternative scenarios we studied, okay. 1A is our basic scenario. The other 3 alternative scenarios is from the methodologies, the alternative methodologies that I explained before. So our results from here show that we have, let's see, from the diagrams at the table, the fuel consumption summarized and presented for each port in a monthly basis per year. We observe that there is a big difference in fuel consumption for auxiliary engines compared to main engines, okay. Just notice the fuel quantities here from the right diagram there. More than 12,000 tons of fuel for 2019 Heraklion ferries, okay? It's a very big amount of fuel, significant big values. Okay, let me pass this. Here is the CO2 emission per month from main scenario. All these results are available in our study. Another important for us is to find out that what is the gas mixture on the air emissions that we studied. In all cases, CO2 emission account for more than 97.6% of the total, while NOx, SOx, and PM quantities are around 1.8, 0.5, and 0.1 respectively. Okay, so let me see. I think this is, yes, this is our last slide. Let me see let me show you the results of the alternative scenario. So if we use the comparing the basic scenario that in our opinion is the most accurate, and the alternative scenario 1B is very close, we get a higher fuel consumption for both main engine and auxiliary engine. In terms of air emissions, we observe similar air emissions. In contrast with the results from the previous comparison, we observe that total fuel and energy consumption is significantly lower for scenario 2A compared to 1A, our basic scenario. We observe a big difference for total fuel and energy consumption for passenger ferries for both ports. We clearly understand from this that approach 2A underestimates both fuel and energy consumption, and this results, of course, to significantly reduced air emissions. The use of scenario 2B results to lower fuel energy consumption also, okay. So, due to the lack of publicly available SFOC data, the application of various methodologies provides results with significant differences. As we saw during our presentation, SFOC is considered as one of the most significant factors for the precise calculation of fuel consumption and consequently for the accurate estimation of air emissions. And in my opinion, this is the conclusion of our study that is very critical to estimate accurately the SFOC, the specific fuel consumption of the engine. Here are some conclusions in bullets of our study. And due to the limit of the time, let me not continue. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Dondoulakis. We have limitations on time, but I think it was known from the beginning. So please, let's proceed to the second paper, which will also be presented by Mr. Dudulakis. Please try to be on schedule.
Yes. Just a minute.
I think also the second paper is by Mr. Dudulakis, not by Mr. Dusakis. Please share your screen.
Okay.
Okay, now you can start, so you can start.
Okay. The second study is, let's say, an update of the previous study for 2020 data. Okay. In our previous presentation, we saw the way to calculate the fuel energy. Our study was for Suda and Heraklion for year 2018 and 19. In this study, we will see the update for year 2020 and some important findings for this year, since it's a milestone year for shipping, both positively and negatively. Negatively affected the pandemic, while positively then and for the environment affected the enforced directives and regulations for shipping, like the fuel sulfur standards, which contributes to the reduction of harmful air emissions. Finally, from this study, we will estimate the environmental impact of these events in comparison with previous years. So, the potential impact of air pollutants to human health is emphasized in reports issued by the European Environmental Agency and the World Health Organization on a regular basis, while air pollution and the effect to the air quality is very often the target of regulatory control measures and has, of course, constantly high priority in public concern. An important parameter regarding the anticipated health effect of air pollution in ports is the population density in port cities, and that is what we see in Table 1 for some representative European ports. Whereas we see Piraeus is at first place with population density of 14.6 thousand residents per square kilometers. Okay. So, as a result from the available data for the pre-COVID era, for year 2019, the 10 major Mediterranean ports in terms of combined cruise and ferry hosted over 86 million passengers. This is the sum of Table 2. In terms of cruise, these ports hosted over 11.5 million passengers. As we see, Port of Piraeus ranked first both in ferry and total passengers, while it occupied the 8th position in terms of cruise passengers. So Piraeus port is a very important port on these sectors. So, unfortunately, cruise industry was expected to have increased trend in 2020, not only the Mediterranean region, but globally also. As already known, the forecasts have been negatively overtaken by COVID-19 pandemic. So, cruise industry was a travel sector which has been particularly badly hit. And as we see in the table, Mediterranean ports in terms of cruise passengers declined remarkably in 2020. All 2020 top 10 Mediterranean cruise ports reported significant decrease that we see in the last column, varying from 67.7% to around 99.7% for Venice. Also, as I said before, 2020 was a milestone year for the target of reducing air emission from shipping, due of the implementation of directives and regulations aiming to emphasize towards measures to tackle air pollution, let's say. The most important is the global sulfur cap, 0.5% of sulfur in the marine fuels from year 2020. And of course, this new fuel costs more than the old one, the HFO fuel. To avoid this cost, the ship owners installed scrubbers to comply with fuel sulfur standards by removing sulfur dioxide from the exhaust instead of using lower sulfur fuels, which are significantly more expensive. IMO allows this way to the use of scrubbers as equivalent compliance option, and the ships to continue consume the old fuel, the HFO. So, about the ship calls in the ports of our study, we see that there was a very small decrease in 2020 for passenger ferries. For cruise ships calls, as we see, there is only 10 arrivals for Chania, which is minus 92.4%, and also a quite significant decrease for Iraklio, 88%, about 88%. And as we see, cruise vessels at these two ports of our study for 2020 follow the large decrease recorded in all other Mediterranean cruise ports due to COVID-19 pandemic. So let's see what happened with passenger ferries. Passenger ferries, as we seen in the previous slide, had a very small decrease on the ship calls. Okay, there was a significant decrease on the transportation units, passengers, vehicles, and cargo. So, Table 4 depicts the variation of relevant data, passenger, vehicles, and freight cargo, as I said, for the time period of the 3 studied years. As we see, the trend was increased from 2018 to 19, but in 2020 there is a significant decrease, especially to passengers, around 50% for both ports, and vehicles around 40%. This is due to COVID-19, of course. Okay, cargo had a decrease also, but not so large like passengers and vehicles. This is because population has continuously needs of goods. Okay, so cargo is working, let's say, normally on this. And I think we can continue after this, okay, and go to the CO2 emissions. We see from the detailed annual CO2 air emissions quantities during the 3 years, that is on table 7 and the diagram here. Of course, air emissions are not all considered as air pollutants. CO2 is the primary greenhouse gas emitted through human activities. So there's a need to present it alone, not with the harmful air pollutants. We can observe from the figure that in 2020, CO2 emissions returned to 2018 annual level, and this is due to the cruise sector reduction. Also, we noticed that passenger ferries at both ports contributed more than cruise vessels at the total of CO2 air emissions, and the same is observed for the other calculated air emissions, which we will show next. I think, yes, this is our last slide. So, in this last slide, we see the gaseous pollutants, SOx, NOx, and PM, which are depicted in Table 8, while the percentage of air pollution content between 3 years are graphically presented in Figure 4. From figure, we see that CO2 emissions account for about 97.4 for 2018-19 and about 98% for 2020 in terms of total air emissions. while NOx, SOx, and PM are around 1.8, 0.6, and 0.1 respectively for 2018-19, and we notice a significant reduction for 2020 for SOx, PM only. For year 2020, as I said, due to the new regulation, scrubbers or 0.5 sulfur fuel. Why I said before SOx PM only? Because as I explained further in my previous presentation, NOx are not dependent on fuel, and the regulations, the new regulation for 2020 is for fuel, a better fuel, or for scrubber that is for SOx and for PM only. That's why NOx are the same, let's say, quantity for 2020. From this slide, we can see that there is a confirmation from our calculations that there is a reduction of harmful gases from shipping due not only to the COVID-19 pandemic that is affected on ship calls, but due to the new regulation, the new fuel, and of course the scrubber technology that is used on the exhaust of the ships. So we had the conclusions in our study, which is all this. We don't have much time, I think, to explain further.
Yes, please conclude.
Okay, so the conclusion is that we have a positive effect of the efforts to reduce emissions of harmful pollutants from shipping in ports due to the new directives and the new fuel. And I think that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Dondoulakis.
Thank you very much.
Due to time, we have to proceed to the next presentation, which will be given by Mr. Doussakis. So please share your screen.
I think I have it on. Okay. Greetings to everyone. Should I start?
Yes, of course, please.
Greetings to everyone.
Keep on time.
Okay. Greetings to everyone. Thank you for having me. Welcome to the presentation of Advanced Control Systems and Sensors based on Internet of Things technologies for smart greenhouses. Increased demand for limited resources makes it necessary to increase efficiency and optimize productivity. In order to increase the crop's response, all environmental parameters must meet their optimum level. The climate can be controlled within metal or wooden structures covered with transparent materials such as glass or plastic, called greenhouses. While the primary purpose of the greenhouse is to trap solar radiation and store heat, it also protects crops from external weather conditions and, due to reduced air movement, prevents the spread of plant diseases. Other benefits of greenhouses include the ability to plant crops out of season and space optimization, for example, vertically. Last, the enclosed structures reduce energy losses and filters out harmful ultraviolet rays. The main environmental parameters that need monitoring inside the greenhouse are solar energy, which is the main natural source of light and heat, temperature that has a significant effect on chemical reactions and plant health, air humidity and soil moisture, which affect all processes related to photosynthesis, respiration, and nutrition uptake. Furthermore, carbon dioxide is a fundamental reactant in photosynthesis. And last, soil pH, which determines whether the plant can receive nutrients. Although greenhouses are standalone structures with a controlled environment, they are greatly affected by external weather conditions. Outdoor temperature and humidity affect the indoor parameters and total energy of the greenhouse through air exchange and heat transfer. In addition, the speed or direction of the wind and the amount of rainfall can affect the rate of these changes. To set the above parameters to their optimal level, various systems are installed, such as artificial lighting when natural light is absent or sufficient to meet the needs of the plant, and shading when sunlight and light intensity exceed optimal levels. A more modern and environmentally friendly solution than paint, clothing, or fabrics, utilizing renewable energy sources and providing sustainability, is a shading system with semi-transparent photovoltaic modules. What is more, solar radiation can be limited due to outdoor weather conditions, and thermal energy may be lost through conduction, convection, or air escape. There are three main categories of heating systems used: air heating and distribution through ventilation systems, water heating and circulation with pipes, or infrared lamps. Air circulation inside and outside is controlled by the ventilation system, which is divided into two categories: natural and dynamic. Natural ventilation is based on two natural phenomena: temperature and pressure difference, between the inside and outside of the greenhouse. Therefore, dynamic ventilation systems are inevitable for large greenhouses, as the outside wind is unstable and theoretically negligible. Dynamic ventilation systems are also a part of cooling systems. Other parts consist of sprinklers, misters or foggers, and evaporative pads. The irrigation system is responsible for supplying water to plants and controlling soil moisture. The irrigation system cooperates also with the fertigation system to meet the nutritional needs for the crops and regulate the pH of the soil. Last, when our ventilation system cannot adequately replenish the lost carbon dioxide and maintain it above 400 ppm, specialized filling systems are applied. Overall, greenhouses include various monitoring and control systems of all environmental factors, which help to increase production while minimizing human labor and the required resources. Internet of Things technologies allow remote communication of all devices via the internet in real time. Four integrated systems were used to monitor the parameters of an experimental greenhouse model. The first integrated system from Hobelink consists of a data logger, base station, 3 relays, a wireless sensor management device, and sensors that measure infrared, photosynthetically active, and ultraviolet radiations, soil moisture, temperature, electric conductivity, carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide concentrations, rain, temperature, relative humidity, and dew point. Meson's second system includes a base station, 3 control sockets that measure power consumption, and 2 sensors for measuring air temperature, relative humidity, and quality. The integrated system from Agenso consists of a base station, a weather station, and 2 soil temperature moisture sensors. The meteorological station collects measurements of air temperature, relative humidity and pressure, wind speed and direction, solar and ultraviolet radiation, and rain. The proposed 2-node system consists of the microcontrollers ESP8266 and ESP32, as they are very economical and cover all project needs. The first node includes sensors of air and soil temperature, relative humidity, soil moisture, and water tank level. The second node consists of sensors that measure altitude, atmospheric pressure, carbon dioxide concentration, carbon monoxide concentration, and the level of volatile organic compounds. Cayenne platform was used to remotely monitor and control the greenhouse microclimate. It offers a free application accessible from any device connected to the internet. It also features visualization and storage of data, setup of alerts or schedule events, and interactive control of actuators, manually or automatically. Last, it is easy to use or is compatible with a variety of devices for which provides automatic code generation. To visualize the measurements of the sensors and the operation of the actuators, there were creating the dashboard of Cayenne 9 measurement graphs, 5 relay switch widgets, 2 analog switch widgets, 2 proximity sensor widgets, and a water tank level widget. An example of automated control systems installed in the greenhouse model includes an automatic heating system, which activates an infrared lamp when the temperature drops below a certain level, an automatic cooling system, which activates the fans when the temperature exceeds a threshold, and an automatic irrigation system, which sets the water pump to operate when the soil is dry. The rest integrated applications include the same features. For the implementation and testing of the monitoring systems, an experimental greenhouse model was designed and constructed with all necessary systems to simulate realistic conditions. All air sensors were installed inside and outside the greenhouse, while ground sensors were installed in a pot inside the greenhouse. The radiation sensors had to be installed with a specific orientation. Therefore, a special base was designed, 3D printed, and installed in the greenhouse. The window opening mechanism is responsible for the natural ventilation of the experimental greenhouse model. The whole assembly consists of a microcontroller, a stepper motor driver, a relay, 2 magnetic switches, and the 3D printing parts, stepper motor holder, gear, window slider, and a rack. The dynamic ventilation system consists of a microcontroller, 6 fans, and a relay. And the last heating and irrigation system consists of a microcontroller, an infrared lamp, a water pump, and 2 relays. As mentioned above, sensors from various companies have been installed to have their measurements compared. The greenhouse is located in a closed room. Their measurements of an entire day show generally very stable conditions both inside and outside of the greenhouse and did not differ significantly from its company. Considering the different accuracy, resolution, predetermined deviation of each sensor and the different point, height, and orientation that is placed, we can conclude that all systems had reliable measurements. 3 tests were performed to check the system's operation. The heating system was activated for 1 hour. An increase of 5 degrees Celsius in the air temperature, 3 degrees Celsius in the soil temperature, and a decrease of 10% in the air relative humidity were observed. After deactivating the heating system, it took 1.5 hours for the air to reset to the outdoor conditions and 4.5 for the ground. On the second day, the same procedure was followed with the same results at first, but with the only difference being that after turning off the heating system, the dynamic ventilation system was activated. The conditions of the system were restored at 1/3 of the time required previous time. That means for the air, 1/2 hour, and for the ground, 1.5 hours. On the third day, after following the same procedure again, the natural ventilation system was activated instead of the dynamic. The measurements showed that the system was restored to the external conditions at 2/3 of the time, i.e. the air conditions in 1 hour and the ground in 3. Last, the soil temperature was not affected during the tests. It only increased when the irrigation system was activated. Overall, both parts of the project were successful, as the proposed monitoring system and the advanced control systems were not only designed but successfully also implemented with satisfactory measurements and realistic results in the experimental greenhouse model. Thank you for your attention. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Doussakis. Very interesting presentation. It was right on time. So, as we have to conclude, I would like to thank you all for participating in this session, this technical session. I would like to extend the thanks to both the presenters for their valuable contributions, which were quite interesting. So, as I don't see any questions from the audience, I would like to thank you both for your presentations and hopefully have you again next year with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you again for having us.
Thank you.